He wishes all the incredible women in the profession and beyond.
A very happy International Women's Day to all of you. The world needs women who are not afraid to contribute their ideas, to challenge the status quo and to create new solutions. On this International Women's Day, we don't just celebrate women, we honor their strength, resilience and the unwavering impact they have made in every corner of our world. From boardrooms to classrooms, from financial strategies to community leadership, women are not just participants, they are the change makers. To all the women chartered accountants, I salute you. You have shown the world that leadership knows no gender. You have set new benchmarks, shattered ceilings, and paved the way for future generations of women to dream bigger, achieve higher, and lead stronger. Today, every third chartered accountant is a woman, with 44% of CA students being women. This shift reflects not just a change in numbers, but a movement towards greater inclusivity and diversity in our profession. Through dedication, hard work, and exceptional talent, women chartered accountants have elevated our profession. They are leaders, they are innovators, and they are making meaningful contributions across sectors that shape our economy and society. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has always been committed to empowering women professionals through its Women and Young Members Excellence Committee and the initiatives like CA Women Excellence Awards. We are ensuring that women voices are not only heard but celebrated. As we move forward, let's remember the words of Malala Yousafzai. We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. Let's continue breaking down barriers, inspiring young women to step into the world of chartered accountancy and supporting each other to build a future where every woman has the opportunity to rise and thrive. And for 2025, the theme of International Women's Day is Accelerating Action, which is global call to acknowledge strategies, resources, and ways that positively impact women's advancement in different spheres of life. On this International Women's Day, let's celebrate the remarkable journey of women chartered accountants and renew our commitment to a future where equality, respect, and opportunity define our profession. Thank you all. And once again, a very happy International Women's Day to all the inspiring women chartered accountants. Thank you.
Thank you for your encouraging words, sir. Next, we have the message from the Vice President CA Prasanna Kumar D, who extends his heartfelt wishes on this special day.
I wish you all a very happy and joyous International Women's Day. On this day, I convey my heartiest congratulations to all the women and especially to all the female members and students of our fraternity. As it is rightly said by Swami Vivekananda, all nations have attained greatness by paying proper respect to women. ICI, being the largest accounting body in the world, has always been committed to the well-being and empowerment of its female members and students. Today, we proudly serve over 4,90,000 members across the globe, and of these, approximately 30% are women. Furthermore, I am happy to tell you nearly 44% of the 10 lakh students are women. These statistics highlight the increasing participation of women in our profession. At ICI, we have dedicated a committee for upliftment of women members as the Women and Young Members Excellence Committee. This committee offers a strong platform for female chartered accountants for enhancing their skills, build confidence, and adapt to the evolving demands of the profession. This committee has spearheaded numerous initiatives, including the CA Women's Excellence Awards, a portal for flexi and part-time work options for our female chartered accountants, and CA Women Leadership Conclave named as Falcon. Through these initiatives, ICI not only provides essential platforms for professional growth but also empowers women to take on leadership roles and contribute significantly to the growth of accounting profession. With these words, my dear lady members and students, I once again wish you all very happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have on this special day a very special message from CA Preeti Salva, Chairperson, Women and Young Members Excellence Committee ICAI, and Vice Chairman CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, Women and Young Members Excellence Committee ICAI.
Dear friends, I am C. Preeti Parasawla, your Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, and Chairperson of Women and Young Members Excellence Committee, WYMEC. Shakti Rupa Sthita Nari Sarvatra Pujyate Naritvam Devatvam Cha Jagatasya Paramam Vandyate. A woman embodies strength and is revered everywhere. Her womanhood is divine and worthy of the highest respect in the world. This powerful shloka is a tribute to all our women chartered accountants, trailblazers who exemplify resilience, intelligence, and leadership. On this International Women's Day, I extend my heartfelt wishes to each one of you. ICAI, throughout its long-standing journey, has consistently worked towards excellence and the professional growth of its members, ensuring equal opportunities and fostering a progressive ecosystem where women thrive. Today, amongst about 1,22,000 women members and about 4,50,000 female students, we not just have to reflect the presence but also showcase the leadership, influence, and transformation. As we have played a pivotal role in shaping businesses, governance, and economy, our commitment, perseverance, and achievements have redefined the success in the profession, proving that excellence knows no gender. I thank President C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, who has been the founder chairman of this committee, for reposing trust on me and allocating me this portfolio to chair this Women Members Excellence Committee along with Sustainability Reporting Standard Board for this year. Friends, as you are aware, we have taken various initiatives tailored to support, empower, and elevate the careers of our women members since last 3 years, such as initiating CA Women Members Excellence Awards, releasing flexi and part-time portal for CA women, CA firms and corporates, capacity building through Falcon series, conclaves on opportunities for being independent director, webinar series, Sky High Symposium, Yashaswini and Idol, Unleash Your Potential, Setu, Excellence at 360 degrees, workshops, networking meets, RRCs, training programs, and various publications on the relevant topics for our members. This year, we shall strengthen further and will take more initiatives for our members, beginning with the festivity of International Women's Day with the theme aspire your dream, adapt the transformations, and achieve the desired by pioneering the changes and set the novel trends spreading across nation. On this occasion, I encourage you to actively engage, leverage these opportunities, and take your career to the newer heights. I wish you achieve the success and all your dreams come to reality. I thank Vice President C.A. Prasanna Kumar D, Vice Chairman of WYMEC C. Ravi Kumar Patwa, and all my council colleagues for their wholehearted support. As we celebrate this day, let us not only reflect on our achievements but also renew our commitment to inclusivity and professional excellence. Let's continue to break the barriers, inspire the change, and shape the future of each member by recognition, excellence as the key partner in nation building and economic progress. Once again, I wish you a very happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Hello, my dear women professionals. A very happy International Women's Day to all of you. On this special occasion, I extend my heartfelt wishes to all women chartered accountants, all the aspiring girl students, and all the incredible women across society who continue to shape and inspire our fraternity and beyond. Women have always played a very crucial role in shaping economies, professions, and societies. However, in today's era, women-led development have become a central theme of discussion across global platforms. It is a well-established fact that no economy, no country, no profession can truly thrive without the equal participation of both the genders, male and female. Beyond their own successes, women lead, mentor, inspire as mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, colleagues. I myself believe that whatever I am today, women have played a major role in shaping my career. Be it my mother, my wife, my friends, my sisters. The remarkable contribution of women to the chartered accountancy profession in India deserves special recognition. Over the years, women have strengthened the profession with their intellect, skills, and leadership. Today, ICAI proudly acknowledges that women constitute nearly 30% of ICAI's total membership and nearly 44% of total active CA membership students. These numbers reflect not just the progress that has been made, but also the immense potential that women bring to our profession. We take immense pride in the legacy you are building. Recognizing the capabilities of women members, ICAI has taken proactive measures to ensure that women excel, to support them to realize their potential. Women and Young Members Excellence Committee spearheads numerous activities, including the CA Women Excellence Awards, capacity building platforms, webinars like Sky High Symposium, Yashashvini and Idol, then conclaves, Falcon Series, Youth and Excellence Symposia, Excellence at 360 initiatives, various other conferences, workshops, networking meets, residential refresher courses, training programs, and even publications for the female members and students. We firmly believe that women are the competitive advantage of the Indian economy and of the Indian accountancy profession. Their increasing representation will strengthen the profession and the economy and foster inclusivity and drive true progress. While ICAI remains committed to ensuring that women excel in the profession, success ultimately depends on proactive participation. I urge upon each one of you to take charge of your career, to engage in networking and mentoring, to leverage ICAI's various initiatives and ensuring that not just you, but others around you also excel. This year, through the Women and Young Members Excellence Committee, we will further strengthen initiatives that address the aspirations of both women and young members. We are celebrating this International Women's Day with the theme Aspire, Adapt, Achieve, pioneering change, setting trends. And I encourage each one of you to actively participate in these programs and leverage every opportunity to advance your career. On this International Women's Day, friends, let us celebrate the power, resilience and achievements of women while continuing our journey towards greater inclusivity, excellence and success. Wishing you all a very happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Before we proceed further, we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have sent their virtual messages for this special occasion. Your words of encouragement and support truly inspire us and reinforce the importance of empowering women professionals in the field of finance and technology. On behalf of SIRC of ICAI, we extend our sincere thanks for your valuable time and thoughtful messages. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate Women's Day with the theme Tax to Tech, Walking the Talk, it's important to recognize those who have supported us in making this event a grand success. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed sponsors, GK Cloud Services Private Limited, for their incredible support in driving digital transformation and empowering professionals through technology. Zoho, a global leader in business software solutions, enabling enterprises and individuals to work smarter and achieve more. Let's give them a big round of applause for their generous contribution. Your support plays a vital role in making this event possible, and we truly appreciate it. Thank you once again.
To break the ice and energize the room, we are kicking things off with an exciting quiz. We are thrilled to welcome CA Aarti, a seasoned professional with over a decade of experience in practice. She is also the face behind the popular YouTube channel and podcast series dedicated to guiding CAs and other professionals on their journey. Over to you, Aarti.
So hi friends, so we are going to start this session with an exciting quiz. So it is not like a question and answer, so it will be like an ice-breaking session for you to brush up on the tax concepts and tax related questions. So I am not going to put up the question and you are going to answer, it is not like that. So anybody in this crowd can raise your hands just for fun and then you can give your answer. Okay, ready? So who all are from the industry and who all are from practice? First industry, who all are from industry? So I think this is going to be like going back to your CA class days, because those who are in practice will be in touch with the tax concepts and tax related questions. So those who are in industry, you have to go back to your CA books and then recollect the answers and then let me know. Okay, ready? So we'll go with the first question. So I'll give a minute to read this question, okay? So anybody can raise your hand to give the answer. The first one who raises the hand will be given the opportunity. Fine? No, please don't all of you tell the answer. I'll just point out a person, then the person has to tell me the answer and you have to tell the reason also. Not only A or B or C or D. You have to tell why it is A or B or C, like that, okay? So I think this ma'am raised your hands first. Okay ma'am, what is that child support payments received?
It could be some scholarships from trust or any support payments from government like subsidy or support, which is not covered under any of the 5 heads of income. If it's a trust scholarship, it's exempt under 10.
Is that the right answer, friends? Is that the right answer? That is right answer, but it need not be a trust, ma'am. Even an individual who cannot fund their kids for education, they can receive the money as a donation from the friends or anybody, and those income are not taxable here. Okay? Is it interesting? Okay. So can we proceed to the next one? This is going to be simple. For 2023, what is the standard deduction for an individual for old regime? I think that ma'am raised her file. Yes, you.
$50,000. It's a new regime.
So these are going to be simple, as I said, for the practicing CAs. So next from this crowd, okay? An individual sells stock held for 2 years for 5,000 profit. What type of capital gain is this? This crowd.
More than a year.
More than a year.
Yeah.
Right, right. Thank you. So these questions are like to keep your mind active and continue the other sessions as well. Okay, so please focus on all the questions. Next, this crowd. Appeals against decisions of ITAT are made to which of the following? CBDT, Supreme Court, High Court, Income Tax Department.
Because, yeah, CIT appeals, ITAT, and then High Court, and then the Supreme Court. Shanmuga.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, that crowd. Income tax filing status. Which of the following is not a recognized filing status for income tax purpose? This will be a bit confusing, so just look at the question correctly and then you can answer. Which of the following is not a recognized? This crowd.
Defective return. See, because it says the defective, when the return is defective, it's not being accepted. So anyway, you have paid, it will be a demand. The return is accepted, but there will be a demand. No. You will receive a demand notice. You will not receive a defective. No, it will be a tax payable only, demand.
Correct. B. Filed and defective return. Okay, so even if we are not e-verifying the return, it is treated as a defective return. So if it is a defective return, it is treated as not filed. You can pay with the tax payable. You will receive a notice within 15 days from the date of filing. Then only it will be treated as a defective or a demand notice. So the first, that B option is right. So this crowd, next. Income tax assessment. Which of the following is not a ground for appealing before ITAT? Incorrect computation of total income, dispute regarding TDS rates, delay in filing return, incorrect application of exemptions. This crowd, please. So I want everyone to participate. Okay, so I will give a chance for each and every row. Which is not a ground for appeal.
My name is Krishnan. I'm from industry. I think it is B.
Oh, you are from industry, sir. Okay, so you are recollecting your class period. Okay, so why B?
It's something connected with salary, and which is less disputed.
Anybody else against this? Yes, ma'am.
C. Delay in filing of return of income.
Yes, right. Delay in filing of return. See, sir, even if it is a salary, we can dispute against appeal, but delay in filing of return, income tax return, cannot be filed as an appeal. So next, this row. Income tax assessment. Oh, without the question, that lady raised her hand. Yes, please, ma'am. What is the time limit for filing an appeal before High Court?
Before I hold, be 60 days, madam.
It is in the order. Like, as she said, somebody told the order. Yeah. It is 90 days for High Court. Okay?
90 days for Supreme Court. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So next, this row. So it is relating to income tax assessment. Mr. Khan has 2 lakhs as unexplained money. Under which section will it be taxable and at what rate? Please think and let me know the answer. Okay? Take some time. No, this row. I'll come to you next. Okay?
No, I'm student. I think D, ma'am. Yes.
So after this, only one question we have. Please first.
69A taxable at 60%. 115B.
So the student, your name? Okay. Super. Thank you. So we'll close this session now. Then after post lunch, if we have time, we can continue. Okay. Thank you, friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti, for keeping us engaged. We are expecting our chief guest in some time, so we'll start with the inaugural session. May I now request the dignitaries to occupy the dais. May I now request the chairperson of SIRC of ICAI, CAS Revati S. Raghunathan ma'am, to occupy the dais. Ma'am, please. Okay. I request Revati ma'am to escort CA Shri Priya Kumar, the Central Council member of ICAI. Ma'am, please. May I now request the secretary to occupy the dais, please. Deepa Varghese ma'am, please occupy the dais. I now request CA Rekha Umashiv to occupy the dais, the regional council member. A huge round of applause for the beautiful ladies on the dais. May I now request CA Abhishek Murali, Regional Council member, to occupy the dais, please, sir. I now request CA Mandav Sunil Kumar to occupy the dais, sir, please. No better way to depict that two strong men here are protecting our beautiful ladies here, as always. Thank you so much. May I now request them to please be seated? As we begin this momentous occasion, let us take a moment to reflect upon the values and principles that guide us as chartered accountants. The ICAI motto song is a tribute to our profession, symbolizing our commitment to integrity, excellence, and service to society. I now request all of you to rise as we play the ICAI motto song.
य एष सुप्रीमो सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
We will now have the Tamirtai Varthu honoring our motherland.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the official inauguration of our event, a moment that signifies the beginning of an inspiring day. To do the honors, we invite our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join us for the traditional lamp lighting ceremony. Let us ignite this lamp as a symbol of wisdom and knowledge, lighting the path for future generations. Let's welcome them with a thunderous round of applause.
It is with great respect that I invite Revati S. Raghunathan ma'am with the chairperson SIRC of ICAI with over 30 years of experience, she has made remarkable contributions to the profession and has been a guiding force for many. As the second woman from Tamil Nadu to hold this prestigious position, she has set a strong example of leadership and dedication. Her expertise in audits and her role as mentor to young chartered accountants are truly commendable. With great respect, we welcome you, Chairperson, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Our most esteemed and most well-known woman in ICAI, Sri Priya Kumar, CA Sri Priya Kumar, our CCM, who has been continuously in the Central Council and contributing so much towards the profession. My council colleague and CA Secretary of the SIRC of ICAI, Deepa Varghese. CA Rekha, my other lady colleague in the council. It's actually so heartening to see 4 ladies, as informed by our MCs, protected by 2 gentlemen, Mandava Sunil Kumar and Abhishek Murli, both of whom are contributing so much to the profession, to the council, and of course, on the way protecting us ladies also. Thank you very much for joining us today, sirs. And of course, to all my colleagues here, today, even though we are celebrating it under the banner of International Women's Day, what we are doing is we are celebrating excellence, okay, professional excellence. And we thought that even though it is under the banner of Women's Day, all should be welcome. We have a fantastic lineup of sessions. Of course, all the faculties are ladies. Somewhere we have to give due respect for the work which is being done by women. We decided to invite everyone because, you know, women cannot survive without the support of men, right? We need the support of men. So we have to honor them by inviting them today. But to all the gentlemen here, if we women are not here with all our multiple hats and multiple responsibilities, the world will not be there. So today we are celebrating our excellence, our achievements, and whatever we do definitely is because of you, but if we are not there, the entire world will not be there. So we are going to celebrate that. And the theme is Nimirnthu Nil. I love Bharadiyar's poetry. I love the fact that it's veering towards women empowerment as it was in those days. But to a certain extent, you know, it's applicable to all of us even today and to the entire society. He says, Nimirnthu Nil. Okay, Nerkonda Parvai. And then he say, Achamillai in that particular poem. These are the 3 key words in that poem. It's applicable to all of us, right? All of us have to stand up straight, look at the world. We are the leading professionals in the world, partners in nation building. We are the people who are actually leading the country towards Viksit Bharat in 2047. And it's an unacknowledged and acknowledged in many areas that chartered accountants are actually enabling the government to fructify their dreams. For instance, GST, if the chartered accountants had not supported the government, GST will not be the success that it was, right? And that is going a long way in establishing, our profession, I want to put our profession on the top, and 2, our country in the forefront. We are the 5th, marching towards the 3rd, and eventually the 1st. So I will say that these are the basic tenets. Bharadiyar's this particular poem gives us the basic tenets of our professionalism, our practice ethics, and what we all actually use as the baseline principle in our lives to actually ensure that we are leading the country. I think that all of you will agree to that. So Bharadiyar's words can never be outdated. They are contemporary always. And I just want to tell a few words about our vision, the entire team's vision. We have 14 regional council members and 7 central council members from South, and all of us, collaborate and work for the profession. And our themes or our ideas, our dreams for SIRC, one, to bring it to the forefront in the country, and two, follow some of the basic, ideas which we want. One is work-life balance. We all always neglect ourselves in search of, I would say, in the path of satisfying all our clients, all our duties, all our responsibilities, all our statutory obligations, but we neglect ourselves. So at SIRC, what we are going to do is we are going to conduct many programs on work-life balance. We are going to include sports also as one of the main activities. We are going to have a lot of health sessions. We are going to have a lot of sessions to relax. We are going to have a lot of day outs for ladies also, lots of fun day outs for ladies, and lots of picnics for everyone. Two is we're going to focus on the brand building for ICAI, because we need to maintain our profession right there on the top. There are a lot of doubts, worried questions about what is going to happen when the definition of accountant is going to be actually changed as it is being projected in the media. But let me assure you that all the council members are working very hard with the government to ensure that that does not happen. I will leave it to our central council member to assure you on that. And three is networking and upskilling yourselves. Technology. Networking has come here to stay. We cannot be single practitioners. We cannot be small practitioners. We need to have a network. Of course, some people are conservative. We do not want to take on too many partners. We do not want to do many things. But let's network. Have a network of chartered accountants who will help you to handle the bigger assignments. Have a network of company secretaries, cost accountants, advocates. All these people are going to enable us to be more successful. So we will be having a lot of program, sessions which are going to be addressed by the other professionals also. And the fourth and the most important agenda for us at the regional council is we are conducting a lot of programs, for the upskillings, for the updations, for the purpose of meeting the CPE requirements. But we are also going, to try and create some opportunities for us. We are going to try to work with the local governments and try, we may make some inroads. There's no point in saying that I've done a certification course in AI, I've done a certification course in cooperative societies, unless and until it's going to translate into something for us. So we are putting in a lot of endeavors at each and every state to reach out to the government and project ourselves as true partners in nation building, utilize our services. We will definitely make the dreams of the government come into reality. In fact, when I met one minister and he was talking about how much of work the government has been doing, what the GST collection was and economics and all that, I said, sir, please hold on for a minute. All this would not have been possible if we had not been there to implement whatever you dreamed. And then he said, yes, madam, you're right. And he did say that in his address. He said, government dreams of many things. We announce many projects. They may be infrastructure projects, they may be any other projects. But all these are enabled to a very big extent by the chartered accountants. He acknowledged that, and I always say the dreams can come into reality only by the chartered accountants. I'm not going to take too much time because we have decided we have to keep to the time. That's why we didn't wait for the chief guest also. We decided when we have our own chief guest here, why do we have to wait? We will wait for madam to come, but in the meanwhile, we are commencing the program with our own chief guest here. So welcome again, everyone. Stay through the entire day. We have a lot of technical sessions. By lot, I mean in very good technical sessions. I would like to invite Madam Shobna Ravi, who is the faculty for the next session. Her reputation precedes her. I got a lot of calls telling that, oh my God, you've got Shobna to talk. You're going to have a wonderful session. So welcome, Madam, for our program today. We are very deeply honored that you accepted to come here today. We have a couple of more sessions which are planned like this, as well as games and quizzes. So stay back and enjoy. Thank you very much for coming here and encouraging us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You are truly Bharati's pen in action, inspiring and uplifting with your words. It is with immense joy and enthusiasm that we welcome the dynamic lady, Sri Priya Kumar ma'am, to deliver the inaugural address today. Known for her infectious energy and passion, Sri Priya ma'am is a powerhouse of knowledge and experience. Her dedication to making a difference in the profession and her vibrant personality continue to inspire all of us. Over to you, ma'am.
Check. Yeah. The chairperson of the Southern India Regional Council, C.A. Revati Raghunathan. The secretary, Deepa Varghese, coming all the way from Kerala. Rekha Umashev, Sunil Mandava, and our own Abhishek Murli. And all the wonderful ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and Ms. Shobna Ravi of TAFE. Here's a very, very hearty welcome to all of you, and a special thanks to all the faculty members who are here today. I can see some of them, and it's a very nice morning. It seems like a perfect ambience. The lights are working and the air conditioning is up to speed. And I'm so happy to be here as the substitute chief guest. So, I was just thinking, when the universe, when something has to happen, the universe conspires to make it happen. And you won't believe it that I had not come for a speech at all. So I correctly finished my speech just when Revati wound up. So it was like perfect timing. So here goes. So just like to keep this a bit breezy. So let's start with a small quiz. How many of you know about the origin of the International Women's Day, which is what it is today? And before I say that, I must also compliment that we have a mixed audience, and the universe would be very incomplete without men and women. And I don't know how many of you know the story from Indian mythology, which is how the world was without men. So the universe was created out of an orb, and Vishnu emerged, and then Brahma emerged, and then the women happened to make the world complete. So how many of you know about the origin of Women's Day, International Women's Day? What was the first incident that triggered the Women's Day? Please. Amazing. Excellent. Here's a big kudos. A lot of the Western world thinks that Women's Day is a Western idea that emanated from the United States, primarily because today everybody is talking about the United States because of Trump, but it was way back in the times of the Russian Revolution, which was 1917, that women made the first move and said, look, we want bread and peace. The world was going through a terrible war, the World War I, which lasted from 1914 to 18. And here were a set of women in Russia who, from factory to factory, the movement spread. And that's how the International Women's Day first was actually announced by Stalin, Joseph Stalin. Notably, the United Nations adopted it much later. I think it was sometime in 1977, and then we have a tradition. But I have a very simple logic to it. I think every day is a Women's Day. So you don't need any specific day, but then like we celebrate, I keep telling this all the time. Buying new clothes happens every weekend nowadays. So, you rarely look forward to that Diwali or Pongal when we were young, and today you're online all the time. The second question I have for you is that, and this could be by a show of hands, how many of you believe it's an equal world? Yes? How many of you believe it's not an equal world? Okay. A world that's equal for men and women. This is the question. How many of us believe that the world is equal for men and women? It could, I'm only talking about It could be your own perception of equality.
Exactly.
So, and when I'm putting a question, it's a perception, obviously.
But
so,
do you think still the gender bias still continues?
I'll come to it very shortly, sir. Yeah. So, how many of us believe? So, I also noticed that there are some people who don't have answers. So, that's not fair. So, tell me, how many of us believe it's an equal world?
Equality starts from home.
Sir, I'm doing a speech, so I'll give you enough opportunity to
Sure.
speak. Yeah. Can you take the mic? So,
If it is here, I will be talking about.
yeah, sir. We're very grateful for your presence, though. So there's only about 30% of us who feel it's not an equal world. Now, let me come to the next question. How many of us feel it's not an equal world because of us? As me. Today, as Sri Priya, I believe it's an equal world. Because I think it's my domain. Are you controlling that ability to be an equal world? How many of you believe that you can make this world equal by your effort, individual effort? So that's quite a bit. So if we can just list out some challenges. Now, I'd like to start from there in my own speech. So, okay, and let me narrow this down quickly to a CA profession. How many of you in the next 5 years think you will be able to achieve what you think is a reasonable goal? All of us are encouraged to do 5-year, 10-year plans. Again, you're putting your hand up, put it up high, or we don't put it up. So in essence, I find now that the numbers have gone to 80%. There were only 30% who started off saying, look, I think it's an equal world. But there are 80% of us who believe here that in the next 5 years, I can make this world more inclusive and equal for myself. And today when I'm talking about equality, and this is where I'm coming here, sir, it's not just gender equality. I'm talking about, I'm not going to use this term very strongly, but about existing and competing in the same environment with other men, women, whatever. So what do you think are the key challenges in the next 5 years that you'd like to overcome? Why do you think, for the 70% of the people who believed it was not an equal world, what are your top reasons? Why do you think? So can we start somewhere? Yes? Okay, a partial attitude. You feel there is a bias. Very nice. Next. Excellent. A biological limitation. Then? A self-imposed limitation. Excellent. I think that's the biggest challenge. A self-imposed limitation. Next? Social security. Very nice. And do I kind of modify it to say a cultural context? Correct? Yeah. Then next? Family restrictions, the social context. Yes, then? Not updating skills adequately. Yes. Sorry? Technological challenges. We'll group it all under skill upgrades. Right. A genetic coding. Right. Responsibilities. Again, linked to a social construct. Great. I'm still not getting one answer that I'm looking for. Multitasking. Again boils down to a genetic coding. Then? Peer pressure. Yes, sir. I think men possibly also have, in the same social construct, a larger peer pressure. I can take another 5 minutes, right? Yeah, right. Then? Okay. Women supporting women. I think SIRC's kind of close to it, but I'm looking for one answer in this construct. Domination, yes. So, amazing. Can you please stand up, and I think we need an applause for her. I think women just don't network or bond enough. My husband went to Vidya Mandir, and for the last, within the week when we got married, I see him going out with his friends one Saturday every month. bonds with his school classmates. They have their groups in the evening and there are evening nights out, etc. I think women just don't bond enough. And maybe that's one thing that we as a professional organization also need to work on. Which is why this committee called the Women Members Empowerment Committee was started. And in the year when I was the chairman, I said, you can't call this empowerment anymore, so let's move it to excellence. So now let me try and address some of these issues that people have widely bounced off in this session. So let's start with the first one, feeling empowered. I think women always have been empowered. And I say this very often in my speeches. Look at the pantheon of Hindu gods. There are 33 crore, right? 33 kodi. So all the most important and powerful portfolios are held by women. It's Lakshmi for wealth, Saraswati for knowledge, Shakti for defense, and Uma for agriculture. And it's not just Indian mythology. Look at mythology across the world. I wouldn't call it mythology I'm a little right-leaned. But yeah, looking at other religious contexts, you will find that a lot of the important gods in the Greek pantheon are women. Some of the shrewdest women in history, in world history, like Penelope, have been women. You must go and read up the story of Penelope. We've had innumerable blazing women characters. You've had the Rani of Jhansi, the earliest freedom movement. You've had Sarojini Naidu. We've had prime ministers. We've had women. We've had of India. We've had defense ministers. In fact, Nirmala Sitharaman in a very nice interview had said, look, there is no such thing called as patriarchy. It's what you believe it is to be, and it's your right to kind of live up to it. You've had Sri Mava Bandaranaike. You've got an enormous amount of women. But then we don't have enough women CEOs and CFOs. We don't have enough women on boards. India is again one of the few countries in the world to have declared that every listed company ought to have a woman independent director, and every company above a particular threshold needs to have a woman director, need not be independent. So I think in that situation we're always empowered, and especially in India, women had voting rights at the same time the franchise was introduced to men, whereas a lot of Western countries had to struggle for their franchise for women. So, and one thing that's very heartwarming today, and from now on I'd like to speak more on the CA profession rather than something very generic. It's a very happy moment for us because 30% of our population of chartered accountants is women, and I think it deserves an applause. 40% of our students are women, and in a very historic moment, one convocation back, I found that the number of women convocatees exceeded that of men. It's an extremely happy situation to be in when the rest of the country and the parliaments have brought in the Nari Shakti bill to enable 33%. Here's a profession, sheer merit has made this possible. Now, that's a happy story, but then are these endings happy? I meet a lot of partners of large firms, large corporates, etc. They say, women survive very well till the middle management. And after that, there's a clear drop. So if you look at even the top 20, 30 firms in India, you'd find very few women partners. Why is that happening? So this is quintessentially what's called as the pipeline drain. A pipeline drain that's either a very drastic dropout of the system or a pipeline drain that happens by saying, look, I'm not interested in going beyond this, so I'm very happy I'll stay back in my current slot as a senior manager. Now you might ask me, why do we need women leaders? I think you need women leaders for two reasons. One, I think you set an aspirational role. When Ms. Shobna actually heads IT in TAFE, it's not just her story that she's living, but she's aspiring countless women engineers who are possibly studying to kind of say, look, if she can make it, I can make it too. And I think you owe it to the world. And secondly, there are studies and research that prove, especially I think this was in the Scandinavian countries, that women on boards made for better boards. And I know several men, including very prominent people like Mr. Y.M. Kale, who said, look, I find that the boards where the women are there to be more inclusive. So I think, and of course you've studied to be something, so might as well make the best use of it. Now, what are the key issues? I'd like to sort of give my simple solutions to these key issues. One, I think women take parenting too seriously. Possibly more seriously than it ought to be taken is sort of my view. And I normally think there are 4 stages of parenting. One is, surrogate. I mean, like you have your mom around and just manage the ecosystem with your mom and your mother-in-law. And after all, you have to trust her because she brought you up. She's brought in your husband up and he's not too bad. So you just have to trust the system. Second is to be a normal parent, where you think, okay, fine, I have set normal expectations for my child. It's really okay. Because I again believe in something. God makes a creation and every child has a path. And the child will excel in that path. So you're just there to guide on the way. And for those people who need a little reading on this, there's a very beautiful poem. It's called The Children. And it's part of a set of poems called The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. It says your children come through you and they are just life's longing for itself. And you need to appreciate. The third is super parenting, which is, okay, Mondays basketball, Tuesdays chess, Wednesdays drawing class, Thursdays, it's fine. See, if that's a call you've taken, it's fine, but later on you shouldn't regret these calls, but I'm not getting into anything. The fourth is the state of hyper-parenting, where you say, not only will I do it for my kid, but I will lug all the children in my society apartment, all of us, all the parents, it's fine. But these are choices. I'm only trying to say that sometimes we kind of take it too seriously. And see, when I grew up, it was a standard thair sadam and one curry for lunch. In our own desire to do better things, we try and complicate our lives. Maybe the child is not even expecting it. So, the second thing I find very difficult, this is possibly some kind of a genetic coding. See, so right from the cave days, men were the providers and women were the nourishers. So you tend to it's kind of ingrained. So even now, just before coming in, the bed was a mess, so I said, okay, let me take 2 and at least put it inside the cupboard and come. So somewhere along the line, you tend to take that part. I think women tend to compromise more, men tend to synthesize more. I think these 2 words, it's helped me to sort my mind out. Today, if you have to stay late at work, you get very tortured because you say, oh my God, somebody is not eating. It's okay. Now that you have this dunzo and everything that's happening, it's perfectly fine to do it. In fact, I had a colleague who very early on decided she'd work very limited hours. So I used to tell her, Padma, you're having a cook because you're working, but you're not working because you have a cook. So, it can't be like that, but build your support systems. We try and tend to choose this or that. Kindly try and avoid it. It's perfectly possible to do both. It's perfectly possible to do it at your pace. And it's perfectly possible to do there. And I think this is a very inherent women's problem. Today I have a manager who says stay back till 10. I can either tell the manager, look, I can't. Or I tell my spouse, fend for yourself. I think you can make a synthesis and say half the time I'll tell my manager I can't stay, but half the time I'll tell my spouse to handle it. So maybe a very simple eulogy, but maybe it'll work for you. I don't know. For me, it's reasonably worked. And the important thing is to set these expectations early on, right? And the third thing I think about women is maybe we don't present ourselves too seriously. I notice that even with me, I mean, I kind of say, okay, I will finish everything and then do my stuff. Luckily, I've had this family that says, no, you please do that because you will get stressed and shout at us if you don't do it. But I think unless you say my career is important to me, I have this meeting at 10 o'clock. On Wednesdays and Fridays, I'm not available. The rest of the ecosystem doesn't understand that you have something to do. So you say, okay, I'll do everything and then go to work. They think, oh yeah, her work is less important. So I'm saying just present yourself a little more seriously. But in all this, I also think you should never be adversarial. try and get your message across as genuinely as possible. And one thing I've seen with everybody, if you take yourself seriously, everybody else takes you seriously. The fourth one is choices. There's a very nice lady. She's called Sheena Iyengar. You should go look her up. She's, I think, partially visually impaired, but she's written a fantastic book. I find that with women, it's not the external choices that are difficult for us. We kind of tend to get confused with our choices. Or should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? In fact, when somebody asked me, what's your toughest problem when you're traveling and all that? I think my biggest challenge is all the time I'm thinking whether I'm doing the right thing. I'm in Delhi today, but my daughter's got this. I'm here today, but I should be doing something there. I personally think, again, from a very limited context, men perhaps tend to think less about this. So this might sort of be helpful. And the fifth one, I think, is another super issue, is this glass barrier. See, for people like us in the 50s, we are not even thinking about it too much. But for the younger women whom I interact with, they find it very psyching. They say you're constantly reminded that you have to break it, it. And the one thing I keep telling people is, if all the women in the world want to break glass barriers, there'll be a lot of glass strewn around. So it's perfectly fine for us to say, look, I will do this much. I'm very happy doing this much. And which is why I'd like to sort of focus on your own personal sense of balance and peace. In fact, I have a lot of young mothers, chartered accountants, who call me and say, look, ma'am, I'm feeling terribly stressed out. I say, how old is your child? She says, 40 days. I said, please, chill, yaar. World will not happen or nothing moves. I quit my job when my son was going to be born because I said I want to watch the rains. I took a break and then I came back, and then, it sort of worked for me, and I'm sure it'll work for everybody else as well. Then the next thing is staying professionally updated. Today you live in a world where knowledge is not power, knowledge is life. And I found that some of the women who are very successful, they don't read something because they think it will be of use. They read things out of a passion and find that it's useful. You never know. Reading up something in your next client meeting, you could just bond better. You could bond better with your articles. My son says every 7 years there's a change in generation. So when I'm in touch with this latest Ed Sheeran and all that, I find that at least there is a conversation starter, right? We talk about Ed Sheeran for a few minutes, and then I ask my son, okay, what are you going to do with your life? So it's useful for me to read up about Ed Sheeran and his music. Knowledge helps break a lot of barriers. And the last thing I'd like to speak about is, of course, this need for women bonding. I think women inspire each other. And I think it's a terrible myth when people say women are jealous of each other. I don't believe it one bit. None of us in this room or outside the world, today if I'm competing for a position with everybody. And if there's a woman there, so be it, she's a competitor. I think there's an extensive, how many of you in the last 6 months have gone out with your friends, male or female? That's not a bad ratio this time. But how many of you have gone out with your women friends? Still very good. I think this part of it we can expunge from my speech, but great. Sir has also gone out. So, yeah, forget family. Let's talk about, yeah. So I think the solution, of course, is to stay the course, empower yourself. And the last thing, in addition to this need for networking and bonding, is I think we need to demonstrate more leadership skills. What does leadership skill, get born out of? It gets born out of a sense of confidence. How many of you are confident? Or how many of you meet your definition of confidence? Very few. Okay, to you I can only give you one advice. You've been through the toughest exam in this world, yeah. It's crazy. It's a test of physical fitness, stamina and psyche. Okay, if you've cracked your CA, there's nothing else in life that you can't crack. I think that should give you, yeah. So I think that's very, very important. Again, I'll close with just a very small shloka that I'm very fond of. See, a lot can be said about, women empowerment, equality, breaking the barrier, getting ahead and things like that. But I think that the ability to be mother is essentially very, very woman. I'm not saying the male gender can't be it, but this is something that's very genetically coded in you. And by mother, I don't just mean, mothering or parenting a child. I mean it in a much larger context of compassion, of being ability to be pleasant. I think that's essentially effeminate. And I think in all of it, that's not something you should let go of. And I'd like to end with this shloka that says, Yadhevi sarva bhuteshu, matru rupena samstita, namastasyai, namastasyai, namastasyai namo namaha. And all the very, very, very best to everybody in this audience, the men, what Revati said, protecting a lavanda. I mean, we're like pretty there. So, but we'd like you to be companions in our progress, share our happy moments, share our sad moments, and be the shoulder to cry on, and we'll give you our shoulders to cry on. I mean, everybody can do it. And in 1816, apparently women had no rights. And in 1916, we fought for some rights. And in 2016, women are always right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through the journey of Women's Day, reflecting on its history, the present scenario, and the path to the future in the excellence. Your insights on the power of networking were truly enlightening. You are truly a goddess of empowerment, inspiring women to rise and thrive. Thank you. It is my privilege to welcome CA Deepa Varghese, Secretary of SIRC of ICAI, a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in the telecom and retail industries. Since 2009, she has been actively contributing to the profession through her practice. Let's welcome her to share her valuable thoughts with us today.
Before that, we'll have CA Rekha Umashiv to speak a few words, ma'am, please.
A very good morning to one and all. So I think before I came here, Revati madam was mentioning like 1 minute. 1 minute exceed pannakoodadu. So I think I should stick to the timeline. So first of all, wishing each and every woman out here a very, very happy Women's Day, to lead with confidence, grace and pious. So I was just listening to Sri Priya madam's speech. So what a wonderful speech it was, especially the one thing that she said about men synthesize more and women compromise more. So I think today morning when I came here, I think I was just remembering one incident that happened at home today. So yesterday I was mentioning my husband, tomorrow I have Women's Day celebration, morning at SIRC here and evening at Changalpeta. So I have to go there. So he's mentioning and tell me, okay, you get up, go early, have tea and go, rest of the day I'll take care. So I think getting that 2 lines from a male counterpart itself is a blessing. So, but again, as she was mentioning, it's always that we do the compromise part more. So morning, in spite of he telling me everything, I woke up, made my breakfast, lunch, everything, made sure that I spent some time with my kid, gave the timetable for what all he has to study, super parenting, hyper parenting, everything is done. Then again woke him up and then also gave him the tea and then came back. Now, the moment she told this, I was wondering, even we do that, unknowingly we do it every single day. We know this is not required. They are also adults, they are able to take care of themselves, but still we do it every single day. It's not that we are not passionate about our careers. Primarily, we are all mothers in a very broader context, as she said, not only to the kid, but to our entire family and to the surroundings. So a very, very happy Women's Day to each and every one of you, to lead with compassion, generosity, care, and also keep breaking the barriers as well as challenging the norms. Make sure the world is a very, very better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Mandava Sunil Kumar sir to render a few words, so please.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. For me, it's a great pleasure to be part of this Women's Day seminar. Actually, I will be there in Hyderabad from last 6 years, attending all the women's seminar we started when I was chairman. So, for me, saying a word on this dais, thanking my wife who is taking my office for all the last 3 years while we are traveling. A happy Women's Day for her, first of all. The word starts with Shakti in the mythology, which represents, when we thought of that word, it represents only the woman. So there is no word without Shakti. So I congratulate all the women present here for the entire day spending time with various activities. I congratulate and empower you. We should empower women, as the committee is going to do a lot of activities in the next 4 years. This term we should have to bring more women into the CA practice. See, all our women are going into the jobs. Why don't we bring into the practice? That way we can increase the number of women into the practice. One thing, and as the president and vice president said, 44% of the students are women. So the number has gone drastically from last 6 years. So we'll see it will cross more than 60% in this term. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful opportunity at this venture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome CA Abhishek Murli to share a few words.
Very warm good morning to one and all present here. Central Council Member, CA Shri Priya Madam, Chairperson of SIRC, CA Revati Ma'am, Secretary, CA Deepa Ma'am, my fellow council colleagues, CA Rekha Ma'am and CA Sunil, and all the other delegates who have joined here today. It's indeed an honor to have an opportunity to address the gathering on International Women's Day. And I know being a man here on International Women's Day and addressing, it seems a lot, but I wanted to share an incident that recently happened even for me at home. So last week, my wife was very upset with me, and she said all the birthday parties of our children, we have 2 boys, one is 5 years old, one is 3 years old. Each of them have classmates of around 35 people each. So every day some birthday is there or the other. And for whatever reason, these birthdays happen on a midweek, Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. it will happen. So one of us have to go, mostly she goes, and then she was complaining to me last week saying, why I am having to go all the time, you also go. I said, okay, fine, don't worry, I'll go. So I said, okay, I'm going. So I went for 2 or 3 birthday parties. I really enjoyed it. All the snacks for children are samosa, pizza, chips. I kept going there. Smileys. Even though some may be frownies. But I had a really nice time. But then she told me then 2 days back, no, you don't go anymore. I said, why? She said, no, I'm feeling bad. All my friends are asking why you're not coming. And unfortunately or fortunately, jokes apart, this is one of the major cultural consequences we see over here. Because when I used to go to the birthdays, mostly the mothers would be there. I would be searching, is there any other father there? I'll go have a conversation with him. But it was generally an expectation for whatever reason that the mother should be there. There is a cultural challenge in India, whatever you may say, however you may feel. I am talking to a gathering of professionals, as Shri Priya rightly said, probably one of the toughest courses in the world, not just India, in the world. CA is one of the toughest courses in the world. Clearing it shows not only your talent, but also a mental fortitude. I think every one of us will agree here that this course requires more discipline, more mental training than anything else. So every single person here has crossed that barrier. So we don't have to talk about in terms of your quality, your potential, but what about the cultural challenge? See, jokingly, there's a story. There's a bus of around 30 men that crashed into a river, and all the men died. And all the women, they were all crying. And after 1 week, they all sort of calmed down and left, except for one lady. She was crying for more than 2 weeks. So then what happened? Why you are so upset? They're all like, I know all their husbands died, why are you so upset? They said, no, my husband missed the bus. That's why I've carried you 3 weeks. So jokes apart, my request or my part of this address is not to the women, because you have the potential, you have the talent, but to the men. And the men have to be the enablers. When you have a person who is a daughter or a wife or a friend or a cousin or a relative, anyone who's working in an office, that 8 p.m. when that call comes, Karambi vandiruma veetukku romba late aayidhu, will you be there to support them saying, you work late, I will come and pick you up? When they're going for a class early in the morning, will you support them saying, go for the class, you don't have to do online, go to the physical class, I will come and drop you, even if I have office, it does not matter. The women have the talent, but the men, unfortunately in the cultural setting of India, have to set the wheels in motion. So on this International Women's Day, I congratulate all the women for doing their wonderful role. And I implore all the men to contribute them, to help them achieve their potential and make us better. So thank you very much. And I may have extended your 1 minute by 30 seconds. But 3 minutes, okay, she's timing it. So thank you very much. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Now we warmly welcome CA Deepa Vargas ma'am, Secretary of SIRC of ICAI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Woman, wonderful wife, outstanding friend, marvelous daughter, adorable sister, and a nurturing mother. That's woman, right? But our dear Sri Priya ma'am, Chief Guest for the Day, Central Council member, has reminded us that it is perfectly perfect to be imperfect. The ecosystem around us keep reminding us that a lady who's in work amidst a meeting will do a Swiggy to ensure that her child gets a burger. But she has reminded us, let us all remember that every time you feel stressed, close your eyes, remember the message given by Sri Priya ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful speech that you have made. And you have really motivated each one of us, especially me. And she is the reason why I came into the regional council. Because the way she was shining bright, I thought I should also contest and come in. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Sri Priya ma'am on behalf of the entire regional council for becoming the chairperson of AASB, the Auditing and Accounting Standards Board. Congratulations, ma'am. Auditing and Assurance Standards Board. I also take this opportunity to thank our President Nandaji, our Vice President Prasanna Kumar sir, the Chairperson of the Women's Empowerment Committee, CA Preeti Savla, the Vice Chairman of the Women's Committee, CA Ravikumar Patwa, for the wonderful messages they have given us online. I also take this opportunity to thank, on behalf of the entire Regional Council, our speakers for the day, CA Sangeeta and Satish, Ms. Shobna Ravi, CA Bhavani Balasubramanian, and Ms. Lakshmi Vijay Kumar. Thank you, each one of you. We are eagerly waiting to hear you, all of you. And thank you, my dear council colleagues, for the wonderful messages that you have given us. CA Divya is shining bright because CA Abhishek is right behind her, pushing her, motivating her. To the women in the group, please keep shining. We can do it. And to the men in the group, please keep pushing us. We need that small nudge from you, and it comes the best when it comes from the spouse. A happy International Women's Day to each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll now break for tea and then be back promptly by 11:40 a.m. for the next technical session. Professionals, and more so as women, we need to be aware of the digital threats that exist today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Shobana P. Ravi, a distinguished leader with an illustrious 40-year career in information technology, learning and development, and change management. She is currently the president of Infotech, Innovation and Learning at TAFE Limited, one of the world's largest tractor manufacturers, where she spearheads IT strategy, cybersecurity, innovation, and business excellence. Her leadership has been instrumental in driving cutting-edge digital transformations, cloud adoption, and corporate security frameworks, making her a true visionary in the field. Ms. Shobana is a recipient of multiple prestigious awards, including the Gold CIO Award and induction to the Hall of Fame in 2015, recognizing her outstanding contributions to the IT industry. Beyond her professional accomplishments, she is a proponent of leadership coaching and change management and has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing learning and knowledge management at TAFE. With a wealth of experience in blending technology, strategy, and innovation, we are honored to have her here today to share her insights on navigating the digital era and tackling emerging threats. May I now request Deepa Varghese ma'am to present her with a bouquet and shawl. I now request Rekha Madam to present her with a memento. Let's welcome Ms. Shobana P. Ravi with a huge round of applause.
It's wonderful to be here with all of you, and especially Women's Day is something which I invariably accept until it's very difficult. But I think it's such a pleasure because I see a lot of women who are aspiring, who are daring to go, and are taking all the initiatives that will help them to be successful and achieve their aspiration. So otherwise you wouldn't take off on a Saturday, which is a very important day for most women. I remember I switched my job from one company to another to just get half a Saturday off. Okay. The reason I left the company was surely saying I need half a day Saturday to myself other than the Sunday. So hats off to all of you. You have taken the commitment to come for a Women's Day, which means you are committing to your aspirations and your goal. So congratulations to all of you. So I think when Revati asked me to speak on this, she sent this topic. I said very interesting. Actually, I didn't commit. I said very interesting, and she took it that I have committed. And I was in wonderment that did I really commit, because it was very tough for me to take this call now, because I don't mind any topic. As long as you're asking me questions and answering, there's no preparation required. But if you ask for a topic like this and take a technical session, it needs a little bit of at least reading, and with poverty of time that most of us go through, one thinks through, you know, do I have the time to spend on it? But I'm so thankful to you, because it made me think about it very deeply, more than that I would have thought regularly. So thanks. It's a very interesting topic, but being where it is, having this privilege to be with you all, I would like to say that technology, the way it is changing our life and making a difference to our life, is unbelievable. And anything that comes, and we always hear people talking the positive side of technology, and being a Women's Day, I think we need to be grateful for what the technology is doing, because it's going to make our life very, very comfortable in many number of ways. Of course, it comes with its bundles of issues, challenges, problems, and which invites a different set of mindset for us to ensure that all that is happening with the advancement in technology, right, there is that I'm not heard? Okay. With all the advances that is happening, we owe a responsibility
to give a better world to the next generation. Because technology, along with it, comes with a lot of other issues that it is bringing in. You don't know what is truth and what is untruth. What is correct, what is not correct. So with the advent of AI, we still are not very 100% sure all the answers that it gives is correct, right? And as CAs, you will know it much more than anybody else, that you would like to see the hard facts and not something which is not anything other than the right thing. So as part of our life, every time, I always, in the last 2 days, I've been talking on 2 conferences, and I think my theme has been on that challenges knock our door often, right? Whether at home, either at work, at every stage, every age, we have challenges knocking our door. And we invariably like to be prepared for the challenge, right? So the announced challenges, what are the announced challenges? Challenges that come to your life which is announced. What would you say? Anybody? What are the announced challenges that come? Handling personal life, balancing, suddenly you are married, now you have a husband, you have your in-laws, you have people to look after. So that is a challenge. But you learn to manage it. You become pregnant, it brings in a set of new challenges. Best of things that happen in our life also brings in some challenges at every phase. You had a baby, the next challenge you get into taking too many things together, right? So these are all announced challenges. A teenager getting into the next stage, they go through so much of conflict and challenges on how to manage. Okay, these are announced challenges, and we do upskilling, preparing ourselves, getting ready for it, and say, hey, you think through, you might take parent courses, etc. Fine, you can manage. You will struggle, but you will manage. There are also the unannounced challenges in life. What are the unannounced challenge? Not the positive side. Right, you suddenly fall sick. Somebody in your family falls sick. Unannounced. Like a friend of mine said, my mother has just been announced she has a brain cancer and she has just 3 months to live. Out of the blue. Okay? I had 5 months back, my husband had a stroke. And he was in the hospital for 5 months. 3 months, and now it's just about 5.5 months we are at home. Where does it strike from? We don't know where it strikes. Accidents. Okay. Yesterday I met up a person called Preeti Srinivas. Many of you, I don't know how many of you know, she was a cricketer, right? She was a national cricket player. She was the gold medalist in swimming. And she met with an accident. She was talking about her story, how she went to the beach in Pondicherry and she fell in the water. And she fell into the water. It's just a wave, huge wave. And she's a national swimmer. She thought she can swim. But she's paralyzed from her neck to the bottom. Okay? And what a life she has made of herself. How she has taken the challenges, come up. It's an amazing story. You can go into YouTube and see it. But what did she think at 18 that her life will change when she's on the top of the world? These are the unannounced challenges that come. Right? How do you prepare for it? We have to prepare with a different set of things, which I will touch upon at the end of my talk. Okay? The dark side of technology is also unannounced actually. When you are faced with technology related harassment, it's also unannounced. You don't think ever that somebody will be stalking you, somebody would be threatening you, somebody is following you, and you have danger to your life, challenge to your reputation that you have created with great deal of efforts. And the fear that comes in with such challenges is unbeatable, which I think the women who have experienced it would say. Anybody here has had this challenge? Okay, it's not advent of technology. I remember when just the telephone was there, mobile phones were not there. And at that point of time, I had a baby. My baby was probably 6 months old. Every time my husband traveled, my phone will ring at around 9:30 to 11, couple of times. And it used to the good old BSNL phone, right? You pick up and you start sweating, and then somebody is calling you saying, hey, and all kinds of nonsense on the phone. And you're all alone by yourself. Every time he goes out of station, I get a call. And I wouldn't sleep the whole night. No idea who's calling. The fear that gets into you, the insecurity that gets into you is very high. And I'm saying this because I'm glad there are many men. Please understand, autism is a small thing to anybody. They'll say it's okay. When we travel, we stay in hotels. And when there is somebody, there is a knock in the door in the night, whole night you don't sleep. Many of you might not be happening today, but when I used to travel, it used to happen. You either stay in a 5-star hotel, but any roadside some hotel you can't stay because you don't feel secure. The way people look at you because you're one of the few women who are traveling and staying, right? So same is the dark side of the web, which can cause so much stress to you. So that's the topic that I will touch upon. So again, a very, very happy Women's Day. May God give you all the courage, all the stamina, all the confidence to reach your aspiration. Okay. So when we talk about this, the way technology has supported us is amazing. So I'm going to talk on 3 topics, 3 aspects. How AI and technology are shaping women's life, both positively and negatively. The growing concern of digital abuse, AI-driven threats, and technology-facilitated violence. And the third part is, what could we do to use technology responsibly to create a safer and more inclusive digital space? So if you come to, in terms of AI and technology, it is a it's a double-edged sword. It has brought what? Amazing opportunity for all of us, right? Especially for not just in India, across the world, right? It's helping women to upskill. Today you want to study something, you don't have a problem. You don't need anybody. Okay. Maybe because I move. I'm used to walking and talking. Okay. I would be happy. Okay. So if you talk about one is your education and career growth, that has become, is okay, better? Okay, thank you. So education and career growth, it has made so much difference. Technology has made so much difference. You can learn what you want. There are enough online courses, paid, unpaid, enough opportunity in jobs. Then health and safety. I realized that when my husband was in the hospital, if not the medical sciences has made this kind of advancement, many of the people who go through accidents of different kinds will not be able to survive. And that's one of the biggest gift that we have got in terms of early detection of diseases, the health assessments and health support systems that are there. Similarly, safety solutions are there. There are now today a lot of apps that have come in which helps you to ensure your safety. Okay, I wouldn't like to recommend anything because I wouldn't know that much, because everything changes every other day. So if you look at it in terms of the safety part, health part, education, and job opportunity, we have got enough of it. Where is the challenge that we are having? Okay, is where we get the deep fake AI and misinformation. So one of the major things that is happening is the AI generated deep fake content where faces and voices are manipulated to create false and often harmful content. So AI generated fake videos can damage your reputation and spread misinformation very easily. Fake voices cloning is being used in scams and harassments. AI-powered image manipulation is fueling online abuse and blackmail. Right? And it need not be the politicians, the journalists, and the actresses that you see in the newspaper, a huge cry about it. It is happening to all of them, but it's happening to the common woman also. It is just that you don't know about it. It is just that you're not aware that they are also facing this. Because it's so easy to replace the face of somebody with somebody else and show you in a thing which is not acceptable. It's so easy. So somebody who doesn't like, before if somebody doesn't like you or hates you, it's not much that he can do because it is in the physical form which is open in the public. Here it is coming from the dark web, and very quietly it is done that you will even not realize who is doing and how it is done. Okay. This is happening. There's a recent case of Rashmika, I don't know, the actress who had went through this and which has been very popular, and then government has taken written to all these social media sites in saying do put mechanisms in by which it can be identified and closed, etc. Okay, so if this is happening to very well-known personalities, it is happening to every other person because it's not very difficult to use it. Voice. Have you heard voice being changed and spoken? Famous cases are there. You've heard of Narayan Murthy's, Narayan Murthy's thing. In fact, even I thought it is actually he is talking about how you can multiply money and all that. His voice was same, he was speaking, and it looked so authentic that one couldn't think it was not Narayan Murthy. And it was going on floating. Similarly, another businessman. How many of you seen the other businessman? Mukesh Ambani. That was also very popular. So anybody can do anything of you also. Speaking, committing something, saying I will do that, saying something which you have not said, and creating a hate following for you, people threatening you. All this is very easy. Absolutely easy. Okay. So similarly, you can hear of cybers talking and following you and ensuring that you do know this is happening, but you definitely don't know who it is. Okay. So there are spyware applications allow abuser to monitor the woman's phone. Men also, it's not just men. I told you about Mukesh Ambani. I think it's equally for men too. It is true. Their phones, read messages, listen to the calls. Facial recognition AI can track women in public spaces without their content. So you really don't know where you're going. When you're going, somebody is tracking you, taking your video, you just wouldn't know. And it's very common of people having the phone with the camera, and recording everything that you say, taking the video, etc. Smart home AI is being misused by abusive partners to control women's environment remotely. So if you have people who have had marriages which are broken or breaking, which is very common today, it's happening more often than it was before. I wouldn't say it's right or wrong. The woman has the right to move out of an abusive environment. Similarly, a man has the right to move out of an abusive environment. But what they can do, they can use technology. They can use technology to make it very, very unfair, because it might not be true at all. They track you where you go. Man or woman, women also do it, okay? So don't think I'm not being one-sided on it. I've seen women also doing it and making the life of the man also equally difficult. So these abuses are very comfortable now. In China, there is a facial recognition system tracking citizen in real time, raising concern about privacy and personal freedom, especially for women. Okay. Today it is very difficult. You don't have a private space at all actually. You are watched every time, everywhere. And the freedom, before we used to say when you go into the bathrooms, you please check out and all that. Today there is the touch check and all that is just not, you are being followed all the time. Wherever you are, you can be tracked where you are. AI-powered troll networks and hate speeches bots are being used to target women, especially those in leadership and activism. Okay, women politicians, journalists face relentless online harassment. I remember a young girl once, long back, maybe just 7 years back. She was in the journalist profession, and she said she wanted to change. My friend, he didn't want her to change. But when she told me the story that happens of harassment, I'm not talking about that industry alone, okay, in everywhere. She was right in wanting to move out. of the profession. So journalists are targeted easily because they bring the news. And if you're not happy with the news, what is it is somewhere concerning you, very easily they get targeted. Likes, dislikes have become a norm, you know. You have to like somebody, you have to dislike somebody, you have to press that button. You cannot keep your finger off from the phone and saying, I one face, one love, one, you know, it's crazy. Please don't get me wrong. That obsession is not just for that person who is doing it. The obsession is with us also. That I want to show that I have, I'm there. We run with that. That is the world that is we are creating. There is a study found that female MPs in UK receive significantly more online abuse than the male counterparts, with AI-generated troll networks playing a role of spreading misinformation. Okay. Then this is the most important topic which covers everything. We talk about technology-facilitated gender-biased violence. Okay, so which almost, if you say it's not AI is not just being used for online harassment; it's being used to weaponize to facilitate real-world violence. AI-powered tracking apps have been misused by abusers to find and control women. Okay, you can guide where they go. You wouldn't even know. The tool, you're able to follow what I'm saying, right? Because any tool is made by people only, no? And all that you need is a machine and the software thing on how to do it, knowledge of how to do it. You can control where the person goes. Because today, if you see, for everything we take help. We never use our brain, right? We don't need to use today. It's just practically not required. You can manage everything with what AI will give you. How do you know that what AI is giving you is the truth? And what tool you are using? We don't check what tools we are using. We just use. So it can guide you anywhere. Fake AI-generated jobs offers are used for human trafficking scams. Widely. Especially girls. You wouldn't know. When we are all bold, I'm independent, I'm confident. World is still not, that's why I didn't lift my hand in saying world is equal. World is still not equal. Not just for women. The other category of people also. Even the disabled people, differently abled people, for everybody, it is not a safe world because you don't know where you will lead it. Does it mean we get shy away? No. But what it means is, what is the presence of mind you are having of what's happening in the world and making intelligent decision and not depend on AI as far as these things are concerned. You should take a very, very sensible decision. Please read up about boys' locker room incident. I don't want to elaborate it. You must see what can happen to young girls by just teenage boys getting it started. So let me show you a slide which takes you through that. Getting loaded.
Gender-based violence is a global phenomenon and a violation of the human rights of women, girls, and other people negatively targeted because of their gender identity or gender expression. The harms can be physical, sexual, or psychological. As our online and offline lives become more integrated, gender-based violence and its impacts now overlap in both physical and digital spaces. Perpetrators of intimate partner violence, stalking, and sexual harassment are now using digital tools such as social media and GPS tracking to cause harm alongside in-person violence. Digital tools have also opened the door to new forms of abuse, such as the non-consensual creation of sexual images through artificial intelligence, including deep-fake videos. The result of these new digitally enhanced abusive behaviors is what's known as technology-facilitated violence. This is not a standalone form of violence, but a digitally enhanced form of existing violence. While recognizing that technology-facilitated violence is part of the continuum of gender-based violence, there are some factors that make this form of violence especially challenging to address. First, since it occurs digitally, TFV can happen across geographic locations, with abusers being able to access their targets even when they're not physically close to them. Second, because our lives are so digitally integrated, it can be nearly impossible for those targeted by this abuse to escape TFV. Additionally, many forms of TFV are not well understood, either by the wider public or the justice system. Technology-facilitated violence has been minimized and ignored because of the mistaken belief that online abuse is not as harmful as abuse that happens in the physical world. To combat this misconception, it's vital to understand the many forms that TFV takes, who the victims are, and what harms arise as a result of it. One of the most commonly known forms of TFV is online harassment. Harassment itself can occur online or offline, and it can be perpetrated by a single person or a group of individuals. Harassment in violent intimate partner relationships has been amplified with new technologies. An abusive partner can not only treat their partner cruelly in digital spaces, but they can also monitor their partner's behavior with technology in order to control them. Common locator apps can be used to track their partner's location, or more complex tracking technology such as stalkerware can be used to monitor all aspects of their partner's phones. This information can be used to stalk them, invade their privacy, and makes them feel as though they are always being watched. Other people face online gender-based harassment in the form of sexist and threatening attacks by other internet users. One of the most disturbing forms of this harassment is what is known as networked harassment. Online messaging boards and social media sites have created new spaces for people to gather to organize harassment campaigns against individuals or specific groups of people. For example, sexist and misogynistic messaging boards have led to large-scale harassment campaigns against female gamers, transgender people, and feminist advocates. Women, girls, and LGBTQ+ people are at particular risk of being targeted by technology-facilitated violence. Intersectionality. The interconnected nature of a person's various social locations also plays a significant role in who is targeted by TFV. Black, Indigenous, people of color, disabled people, and LGBTQ+ people face statistically higher levels of online harassment and abuse. Additionally, women and girls in leadership positions, such as politicians, human rights defenders, and journalists, are specifically targeted online. The impacts and harms of TFV are felt both on the individual and the systemic level. Individually, people who encounter this kind of online abuse experience psychological harms, fears for their physical safety, worry about getting attacked online for expressing themselves freely, and face reputational, professional, and economic consequences. On a broader and systemic level, this violence reinforces inequality and maintains discriminatory norms that limit women, transgender, and non-binary people from realizing their potential and their human rights. Either individually or systemically, one of the most harmful effects of TFV is the silencing effect. CG's Supporting a Safer Internet project conducted an international survey of 18,000 respondents in 18 countries. The results show the widespread impacts and the need to invest both time and resources into finding solutions to ending this violence. This requires a multifaceted approach, with governments, civil society organizations, and technology companies working to address these issues. Technology companies need to develop content moderation policies that pay specific attention to TFV and ensure that policies are transparent and easy to use. Civil society organizations need to develop networks to share research and support a global effort to end TFV. And governments should ensure there are practical and accessible avenues for those targeted by TFV to get the supports they need and to hold perpetrators accountable for their actions. These are just a few of the recommendations.
So if you look at the whole scenario, this is not something which is a slide or a video. This is things that are happening in the world. And the impact of it, it silences people who are going through it because they are shamed. They are not the cause of it, but they're the recipient of this harassment, silences them for life. The trauma that they go through, the medical help that they need because they have gone through this. So it becomes our duty and responsibility as women, as men, as people working in corporates, as being part of the government, being part of any social organization, that we are sensitive of it and we take our own steps in our own way so that the world becomes a better place from where it is. We alone can't do it, but I think together we need to make effort on it. So what are the key strategies in terms of this? So you see the whole thing talks about in terms of being education awareness, like we are talking now. That's why I said I'm very happy. There is some organization, institution thinking that women should be educated on this and be more aware of it. And thanks to you people and congratulations that you're thinking that far. I haven't heard anybody asking me on to talk on this topic at all. This is the first time I heard this topic to be spoken about. So education awareness is very important. When you're aware, then you start reading, following, understanding, and not go into a fear psychosis, but be aware to make intelligent decisions. Robust legal frameworks are needed. In terms of technological solutions are needed. AI can detect. AI itself can be used as a tool which can actually help in identifying and stopping. So there are tools coming that. That's the technology. And support system, provide support to the victims who go through it. Recognize, they will not even say it. So if somebody is depressed, among the many reasons, this could be the reason. I remember a girl who was pregnant once. I go to a lot of conferences, so somebody was sharing with me that harassed when she was pregnant by another man through email. Those days, I'm talking about quite some time back. And she couldn't sleep, she couldn't walk, she couldn't do anything. She was paralyzed because just married in the family way and the guy writing all kinds of letter, and she is worried about her whole family will break up. It took her, she left her job. Her mother-in-law, everybody supported and saying, give up the job because they still couldn't detect who the hell was doing it. Might be a guy who was interested in her, but she married whom she wanted to. And that caused that whole circle of him not letting her live in peace. So if it can create tremendous amount of pressure on girls. So we should be sensitive. Whether you're a mother, you're a sister, or it happens to your brother, it happens to your sibling, it happens to your child. Be sensitive when they get into depression and things like that. Identify the cause. This can also be one of the causes which they can't talk about because it silences you. Preventive measures for organizations. Organizations should now start having policies with respect to it, training and awareness, implement robust security measures, monitor and moderate the online platforms. Organization can set up those, right? Provide support system, collaborate with law enforcement, and promote a positive culture. So this is where I would like to say, as women, we have a huge responsibility in this area, okay? Especially as working women. Invariably, most of the time we think the school does all the education, everybody else will do the education, build his, they will grow. You have to spend sufficient amount of time in getting the right attitude for the children. Okay? Your responsibility about the right attitude for the children is your primary responsibility. Food Swiggy will do. Lot of things your extended family can do. But giving them the right culture, the ability and the tenacity that they need in life is something that as parents we have to build it in them. Invariably parents forget that. And because you are a working woman, you tend to pamper them so much at the cost of everything else that they become that whatever I want, I need it. So if you invariably find crimes that happen are children who thought that they deserve everything in the world. இன்னைக்கு ஒரு பேக் வேணும்னா வாங்கி கொடுத்துடுவீங்க, நாளைக்கு he wants something else, you will buy it. He wants a cycle, yes. Then the bike, yes. Car, yes. We didn't. I mean, at least my generation, we had to earn it and get it. Nothing comes free, right? So it is important to get value for money and also the ability to take a no. Don't make children not having the ability to take no. I read through the whole of the thing. Nowhere people talk about, they're talking about prevention in terms of technology, laws, policies, etc. But you're not talking about prevention of the future generation children not having that to do harm to others. So because the cultural stories that we used to talk to children in saying this is right, this is wrong, don't harm anybody, don't hurt anybody. At the same time, stand for your right. Move out of places where you think you don't get along with somebody. You don't like them, you hate them. Just move out of that place. Don't attract yourself and, unnecessary cost. But stand for your duties and responsibilities and fight in a rightful way. Where is the I don't know whether, is it happening? But this is important to make people to take a no. A guy, if he's refused by a girl, that she doesn't love him, it doesn't mean he owns her, right? There is no right to ownership of another human being. You have to respect a no, whether it is for anything. So I think that cultural, mindset shift in children can be bought only as parents focusing on that. That will reduce, which no textbook will tell you, but the future is unsafe if you don't bring up children with that set of mindset. Desires, the other thing is the desire. You want everything in the world and you want it fast. That's another thing. All the things in the world and everything fast, still you won't be happy. Happiness doesn't come from all the material things in the world. There is something inside us which needs to be happy. And that inside me, what needs to be happy, is something which we have to discover. And that kind of upbringing is necessary so that the children are happy when they become grown-up adult. If they are not the CEO, it's okay. I think this was mentioned in the earlier session also. It's not necessary. Everybody has to be a CEO. Everybody has to be on the top post. That doesn't necessarily give you happiness, right? You have to pursue your passion. Do it your best. Do it your best, and we are all people in making. None of us are perfect. We are all work in progress. We are all work in progress. Accept the work in progress. Let us accept I'm work in progress. That mindset, if we can bring in children also, not that பாட்டு கிளாஸ்க்கு போனால் he should be the first, டான்ஸ் கிளாஸ் போனால் அவன் தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு, எல்லாத்துலேயும் அவன் ஃபஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கணும். அது what are we trying to build? So they can't take a no, they can't take negative comments, and we build that, and then there is jealousy. அவ என்ன பண்ணுறானோ பண்ணணும். Woman also, I want to do what she does, what she does, what she does, what she does. I want to do everything what everybody else does. And that too, perfection. Perfecta இருக்கணும். Best mother, best thing, best wife, best daughter-in-law, best. அதில் ஒருத்தரும் ஒன்றும் சொல்லக்கூடாது. Nobody should tell me anything. See, it's being a Women's Day, I'm taking this thing because it's saying what this is all is creation of that kind of mindset of people. Think of internationally, across the globe, a set of people together, plan and target. Did you see that? It's not one person doing. Ransomware attack. When ransomware attack happens in corporate, it's not one person's job. It's thousands of people working together. They don't know each other. I'll do the first bit, pass it. The next fellow will do the first bit, get the money, do it. அப்படியே பண்ணிட்டே போவாங்க. They don't know each other. All are faceless. What drives them? Money. What drives them? Revenge. What drives them? Negative mindset. So nobody, you can put all the preventions, but that category of people who are attacking will increase only. It won't reduce. Materialism by itself will not take you anywhere. So I'll touch about that in the last in closing. Okay. So how do we put security measures? These are some of these aspects which are important. You have a clear policy, you have training awareness,
okay, monitor, moderate, same thing, so I'm not going to spend time. So there are legal frameworks. So there are legal frameworks that have been being put up, okay. You will find the sections, it will be useful for you, so you can see this up and read it up. Support system, the women and child development initiatives taken by the ministry, launched helplines for victims, support service available, okay. These are all something which you can take. There is a digital campaign going on for this. There's a national cyber crime reporting portal. So this is important to note that these are the places through which you can get help. So there is help system is put in place. Most people do not have the courage to go and do it because they fear further issues related to that. Okay. So now I would touch the favorite thing that I think is important to me and I think we should all pay attention to is our own well-being. Okay. Our well-being is physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. And this year's women's theme is accelerating action. So accelerating action about what? It doesn't mean we do more and more things. We do the right things, put our energy into the right place and continue to be happy, peaceful, complete. That is a challenge that we should address in saying, how do I ensure my well-being? You cannot postpone that. Physically, your well-being you cannot postpone. Mentally, you can't. Emotionally is a very, very important aspect. Suppress panni vechu, ellam ulla kutti vechu, then most women are getting heart attacks earlier. Men are getting heart attacks earlier. 30, 31, 32. People are having health problems. Why? Because we are running at such a fast pace, wanting to do so many things within the 24 hours, not feeling and sitting back and enjoying what you have done. And the most importantly, what I said, the unannounced challenges that comes in life. We are not able to cope. We are not able to cope with unannounced challenges which come. We don't know what to do. It's natural. It's very natural. Therefore, it becomes very important to understand what others say about you is not as important. Actually, it is not important at all. It is what you say to yourself that is most important for your well-being. Women have this habit of saying, "Na idu seriya pannala." Every minute that will run in your head. Edu pannalum adu correct ah vekkala. Adu paper seriya vekkala. Ipdi solliten. Ipdi sollirukka koodadhu. So many things you will criticize yourself. How will you be happy? I'm not telling you alone. I'm a role model for it. So I am talking from experience. I'm not talking anything from the books. I also did. So I learned. So every time my negative feedback comes, I'll say, okay, I acknowledge. Fine. I did it wrong. It's okay if I did it wrong. I didn't prepare much for this session. It's okay. Parvala. So learning to let go of yourself when you do mistakes. Huh? That's why I'm saying. Exactly. It's very difficult. Like one broken CD, it will go. சொன்னதே அதே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கும். Correct? You have no control. பாட்டில் ஓடிண்டே இருக்கும். Expectation ஜாஸ்தி. So what are we doing? Where are we going? To our health. Please remember, BP, sugar, everything is a symptom of the pace at which we are running. Obesity is all a indication of whether you get thyroid, you get medical checkup, something and all they will tell. The ground real DNA urku. But the DNA liyo and the genes which get triggered. Read about it, brain thing. I will do this a session some other time. But please,
Pardon? Okay, thank you. So, actually, our DNA also, we get a DNA, but which DNA, what triggers is also dependent on our ecosystem. That is why from the same parent, one child will get diabetes, another child won't get. The one has taken everything, or BP, one will get, another will get. One has taken everything in the world that is happening on their head, one has not bothered. So somebody asked me when it happened, no, like in my own personal family, when my husband had this thing, we are such a nice man, everything he did right. Disciplined, everything. How did it happen? Whole world, if you take it on your head. I'm not saying that's a cause. It's all fate also. You can do the best of things and still things can go wrong. Yes, sir. How do you stop? Huh? Yeah, so I will tell you of, it's a different generation that's coming up. Because, sir, the mother and parents have so many things to do. So instead of talking to the child on the mobile, the child is entertained, mother is also entertained, father is also entertained. Yeah, so you made him as your tutor. So that is also wrong, no, sir. So actually, this is the way we are going. So this is, there are two things that's happening, which is a very important point sir is talking about. That autism is in increase because of this. Children are more autistic because of this, and the doctors are literally saying, I have somebody who said, the doctor said, please, in next 3 months, the child will not touch the mobile. That is, you're talking about a 1-year-old. If you do that, don't come back to me. Already the children are moving into autism because of this. The mobile. So imagine what the state of world we are getting into if we don't put in the necessary understanding and we don't chase so many things that we are in our phone world. This becomes a world, this is what will be your world. Instead of the outside world, neither the outside world should be your world, nor your this phone. Actually, there's a world inside which we should understand who it is to be having the. It looks funny when I'm saying it, but believe me, I'm also in the journey trying to identify and understand until we see that we are not just this body, not this mind. We are far beyond that. And move spiritually. We cannot manage to be sane, healthy, and contributing to be a world better than us. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this powerful session. Your practical insights have opened our eyes to the dark side of technology and the precautions we need to take. We truly value your expertise and wisdom. Thank you, ma'am.
May I now request Deepa madam to speak a few words.
Good afternoon once again. Change, they say, is the only constant. And today's word is disruptive changes, right? We thought on one side for our profession also, it is good. At times it is good. But ma'am has shown us that dark side of it, the dark web and the other things, stalking, everything which is happening. Yes, it is there. So what is it that we can do about it? Sir also talked about a young child. What we can do about it is to be responsible about it. Let us use all our technology very responsibly, and responsibility definitely starts at home. The first person to put your mobile down after reaching home should be the father and the mother, or the mother and the father, whatever order you want to take it. Let's put it down and then we can tell our children. We know 10-year-old, 15-year-olds who are using iPhone today. And when we were all craving for an iPhone, we waited till, okay, iPhone itself came a little later, but then we all waited for a long time before we purchased an iPhone. The video you played, ma'am, was a very strong reminder for all of us. You gave the solutions to there, what to do, how to do. We will definitely do. Ladies, God willing, let nothing happen in our lives. The gents too. Ma'am, if you are okay with it? Yes, so we can circulate it, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, God willing, let nothing wrong happen in our lives. Let everything be good. But if at all something happens, please remember, no challenge is too big for us. No dream is too far. Believe in yourself, for you are unstoppable. And ma'am, today, by your words, after listening to that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a pledge to put our energies in the right place to our own well-being. Because in Malayalam, since I'm a Malayali and I know Malayalam proverbs better, I will say, "Chuvarundangile chitram ezhudhan pattu." I think all of you understand that. Yes. So if we are not there, we are not going to be able to help our families paint beautiful pictures. So let's take this pledge that we will work towards our well-being. We will take that half a Saturday, if required, for ourselves. And that's not for our children, that's not for the husband, not for the in-laws, nobody else. Maybe it is just to pamper ourselves. But let's pledge to do that. Once again, happy International Women's Day. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that reminder and that wonderful session. Very, very powerful session, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request CA Rekha Uma Shiv to escort the next speaker to the dais. Let's put our hands together for CA Sangeeta N. Satish, the next technical speaker. May I now request CA Anusha Srinivasan to present a memento to our guest. I now request CA Uma Valli to present the shawl to the guest. I now request CA Rekha Uma Shiv to present our guest with a memento.
It is an absolute honor to introduce today's speaker, Sangeeta, a powerhouse in the fields of finance, IT governance, and IS audit. With an impressive 18 years of experience, Sangeeta has built a remarkable career starting at the World Bank. Later, she became a partner at Bhaskaran and Krishnan Chartered Accountants, where her expertise in taxation and financial planning left a significant impact on her clients. Sangeeta's passion for technology led her to specialize in IS audit, where she has excelled in driving ITGS audits and application control assessments at Cholamandalam MS General Insurance. As a director at ISACA Chennai, Sangeeta has been instrumental in creating innovative initiatives. She also contributes as a writer and editor for their quarterly journal, Secure Tea Cafe. Sangeeta is truly a leader in her field, and today we are fortunate to have her share her insights on the exciting opportunities in IS audit. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause. Please, ma'am.
Happy afternoon to one and all present here. Thank you. Thank you for that. Right. A very, very happy International Women's Day to all the wonderful women sitting out there. and to the marvelous men who support us in every endeavor. So it's my distinguished pleasure, honor, and a blessing to be part of the Women's Day celebration of the SIRC of ICAI, my alma mater, my esteemed SIRC of ICAI. Right? When I was taking a moment to reflect about the theme for the day, it said Nimirnthu Nil. It means stand upright. 2 words and the entire profession, audit profession, is sized up. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you think that we stand up for our profession, right? And another angle to this same theme, okay, obviously reminded me of Bharatiyar. Madam Revati also was mentioning in the morning. So I get reminded of his verses. To me, his verses are mantra. It's not just poetry, right? So, நிமிர்ந்த நன்னடை நேர்கொண்ட பார்வை நிலத்தில் யாருக்கும் அஞ்சாத நெறிகளும் திமிர்ந்த ஞான செருக்கும் இருப்பதால் செம்மை மாதர் திரம்புவதில்லையாம். Meaning, she is inferior to none. She is driven by her value system and by the pristine wisdom and knowledge which guides her. 2 words and the power of profession, the audit profession and womanhood has been beautifully described. Put your hands together. A huge kudos to the SIRC of ICI, Madam Revati Raghunathan and her entire team for this fantastic topic. Most powerful, right? So, I know it's a pre-lunch session, a big challenge always, post and pre. I'm standing right in between that scrumptious lunch and you. But trust me, I will make this session as sincerely a good appetizer for your mind and body as much as possible, okay? Quick disclaimers. The views expressed here are those of my own and do not represent in any way the organizations which I'm engaged in or employed with, and these are certainly not legal opinions. So, and one important disclaimer, for the next 35 to 40 minutes, whatever we are going to discuss, in case many of you may be familiar with it, if that be the case, please bear with me, pat yourself in the back and give me a thumbs up, right? So we'll head on to the session. So I thought I'll dissect the title a bit, right? So today we're going to talk about opportunities in information systems audit. So audit, we all know, it's a very common denominator, right? And the numerator can be anything. It can be a product, it can be a process, a payout. So depending upon the numerator, the audit processes, you'll agree, obviously will have to get aligned. The way we seek data, the kind of data we seek, the way we examine evidences, so on and so forth, everything will have to be aligned basis the numerator. Just like how your indirect tax, direct tax, and financial instruments are a numerator that are being audited upon, so is information systems audit. So what is this information systems? First things first. It is typically a resource or a vessel which predominantly holds your data. Your data is, of course, your crown jewel, whatever you may call it, right? And for the last decade, the most repeated phrase across any symposium, conference, speech that all of you would have come across, data is the new oil, right? So it's become such a norm that if I don't mention this phrase, then the presentation becomes deficient. So I've done my honors, okay? So this data, but jokes apart, like every boardroom is focused upon how I protect this data, right? So technology specialists would definitely agree with me. And in any case, how I protect my data, how am I going to have harmony between my IT system, how am I going to justify my IT and security spending, so on and so forth. So for all of that, what we need to do, we need to focus on 3 predominant, crown jewels around which the entire information systems audit will prevail. So you may be aware that it's all confidentiality, integrity, availability. Meaning, I have the data inside and I have the vessel that is holding it. So both the data and the vessel needs to be accessed only by an authorized person. And whenever there is a change that is happening towards any, that needs to be again authorized. So the first point speaks about confidentiality, second point speaks about integrity, and at any point in time when I will have to access the data, the vessel should allow me and the data should be accessible. That is availability. Now, considering the kind of threats I have towards my data and my necessity to secure them for my going concern, there are more crown jewels getting added, which we will have to align our internal controls and audit process along. So, while there are many, I'll add just 2 more. We are all auditors, right? We are very keen to understand where a number came from, the origination point. Likewise, how a data came into this application or into this database. I need that origination point straight. Authenticity. The fourth crown jewel will be authenticity. And the next crown jewel will be my non-repudiation. Like if anybody is going to access the data or cause a change, I need to know who has done it. You'll all appreciate now all of us are, it's almost March, early March. So we all in our organizations will be working towards statutory auditors with the audit trail. So the who factor, the who, what and when has to be really straight. So why do you think that who factor is very important? Why do they discourage generic IDs? Because the person who performed the activity or the resource which performed the activity should not repudiate it or disown it at a different date. So that becomes very important. So moving on. So predominantly we'll have to start aligning our audit procedures, our internal control structure, everything around securing these crown jewels: confidentiality, integrity, availability, authenticity and non-repudiation. There are many more, but these are very, very important. So now, yes, I need to run my business. My data is pristine. I'll have to have information systems audit towards it. But what are the scenarios which call for it? Managements can ask periodic information system audit to ensure their own comfort. And thanks to regulators, in fact, big thanks to regulators. Every regulator you see, they've got so serious about this information security and information systems audit per se. That is a huge driver for going on with the audit process. The third aspect is you open any paper on any day, at least one news in some corner of the paper will be about data breach. If you have your apps on your phone, definitely at least 1 week, 2-3 days once, you will have quick news on small breaches, big breaches. So whenever there is a breach, the life for the organization post that incident is just so challenging. So the moment an incident happens, we will have to analyze what is the root cause of the incident and what are the corrective and preventive actions that need to be taken. So that can also be a driver for information systems audit. And lastly, vendors. Now, there's no concept of talking about dependency and all anymore. So vendors are very much part of our ecosystem. They are a means for our existence. Any organization, small or big, there's no business without vendors. So the only way to then go on with the business is that you will have to include vendor also in your security ambit. You have to ensure whether, when you're onboarding a vendor, is their risk appetite aligned with yours? Are their processes as robust as what is required in your organization? That becomes paramount importance. And then sometimes organizations can be kind of product companies or services offering companies. So when a taker has to choose their product or service, what becomes very important is that how they portray the robustness of the controls in their processes and product. So for that you have certifications, you have ISO certification. If it's a payment card industry, you have PCI DSS certification, so on and so forth. So when those certifications are portrayed to the taker, they become your selling point. And for getting these certifications, obviously you'll have to undergo information systems audit. So these are the broad scenarios which can call for an information systems audit. So, sorry. So here on, the presentation will be, the discussion will go on in a manner wherein how opportunities can be availed by members in practice and how these aspects that are being discussed can be used by members in service for leveraging on their BAU activities, business as usual activities. Okay. So here on, we will have a bifold discussion. So you see an array of, regulatory circulars which call for an IS audit specifically, right? So now many of these circulars, they can come with a vanilla statement, an IS audit is required to be carried out by this regulation. Or it can say a DISA certified auditor needs to carry it out. Some regulations may say CISA, some may say only an entity that is empaneled with the Computer Emergency Response Team of India, certain, can perform the audit. So I'm not getting into the specifics. That's for members in practice to explore the opportunities. What we are discussing in this slide, it is where all the regulator has explicitly asked for an information systems audit, which becomes an opportunity for an auditor in practice, right? And with respect to members in service, how does it work? How does life change for me? So in case the members in service are employees of a regulated entity or are rendering some vendor services to a regulated entity, then you don't have a choice. You have to align yourself with these regulations, although the regulator is not asking for a IS audit from those entities. So in any way, okay, adherence or awareness about these circulars will be of use to us, to our fraternity in general. So while there are quite a few, I'll just touch upon 2 or 3 in the interest of time to, put forth whatever the regulator has mentioned upon. Now, we all have this, we are aware that this account aggregator regulation is there in Reserve Bank of India guideline. So, to go quickly into specific, financial information can be anything from what the regulation says. It can be your FD, it can be your SIP, your mutual fund, your insurance policy, it can be anything. So, any financial information, when it is going to get passed between one regulated entity to another regulated entity, it can't just pass like that. It has to go through a third entity called as account aggregator. So this entity has to record the consent of the person, the individual, whose financial information is getting passed between these two entities. So there is an IS audit requirement for this account aggregator ecosystem, because RBI has also come back saying that there are some technical specifications which is provided by the Reserve Bank of India Information Technology Private Limited Company. It's called as REBIT. Okay, so that entity has defined the technical specification for the account aggregator ecosystem as well as for the associated regulated entities. So these have to be audited by an IS auditor. So this becomes an opportunity. Again, subtly, if you are a regulated entity already, so from the account aggregator perspective, the regulator doesn't call for an IS audit, but then you will have to be aligned with the specifications to at least tell your regulator that yes, I am compliant. So that again becomes an opportunity for members in service. Moving on, serial number 7 and 8, if you see, these are largely consolidation of various information systems audit related regulations that have been consolidated. Serial number 7 is for non-banking financial companies and banks. Most of the financial entities are covered there. And serial number 8 is for your non-bank payment system operators. So all of this mention clear requirements in terms of how you will have to manage the access, the data migration control, the audit trails, your cryptographic controls, VAPT, DR drill. So there's a set guideline which is required to be audited upon and then provided as a result to the regulator. This again is an IS audit opportunity. Moving on to the subsequent regulator, I have IRDAI. So in IRDAI, there is a cybersecurity and information security guideline that was released in 2023. So two important factors there in this guideline which stands apart from the rest is that one is, apart from these checklist based guidelines which an auditor has to certify upon, there are also policies that are given by IRDAI itself. So it becomes again a work opportunity for a practicing CA to ensure that the policies of the organizations are aligned to the policies specified by IRDAI. That is also a requirement, right? And one other aspect which I think IRDAI should be the first regulator to mention is that all the board governing body members should be aware of the cyber risks. There is a point which says that the entity has to provide training sessions to the board members. So that's a very different standout point requirement in this guideline. Moving on, we have the famous SEBI CSCRF, Cybersecurity Cyber Resilience Framework. Again, this encompasses the length and breadth of players who are regulated by SEBI, right? It's a huge list. And this IS audit is mandated for all of them, as per this circular. Some additional important factors from SEBI CSCRF is that for one set of entities, a couple of entities regulated by SEBI, ISO certification becomes mandatory. Again, an audit opportunity there. And then the regulation also says you will have to have a dashboard to show the compliance levels that you are up to. So that again becomes a review opportunity. And last, Security Operations Center. We all our entities have a security operations center wherein all our threats are monitored. We have definition for events, to ensure that our security posture is all right, and we ensure that none of the threats come and reach our ecosystem. But apart from this, SEBI also says the NSCs and BSCs have to have a market level SOC, Security Operations Center, SOC, so that one notch above our own ecosystem, we have some regulators bringing down that these are all threats. You please ensure that your organization is beefed up in terms of control and security on that. So these are few other important points, both opportunities and pointers, which were very, very interesting in all of these circulars. Moving on. Yes. All. Yes, sir. Now, IRDA is also, aligned with that regulation. So it's no longer applicable only to banks and NBFCs. It is applicable even for IRDA. Yes, that again becomes an opportunity. They have just taken and put forth this circular only out there, right? Then few other opportunities which are not directly, where the regulator doesn't directly call for an IS audit requirement. What they mention is they have various technical specification, be it your ATM switch ecosystem or the payment aggregator, payment gateway ecosystem. And the fourth point is, my area of interest, NPA configuration audit. So we all are aware of IRAC norms. No one can know that better than us. But how the systems are configured with respect to the IRAC norms, that is what the regulator is asking the organization to check upon. Though it's not a direct, IS audit requirement. While we audit IRAC, we'll also have to check on this. That's a specific requirement given by the regulator. And a few other points are with respect to ATM card reconciliation, that also becomes an audit opportunity, though not it's directly spelled out. Last point is another interesting audit opportunity, wherein I have a structured digital database for my unpublished price sensitive information that is required or mandated to be maintained by SEBI regulated, some of the SEBI regulated entities. Now, how I adhere to the requirements of the structured digital database? How do I ensure that the IT ecosystem or the IT related controls at the structured digital database are all right? How do I ensure that? Without an audit, nobody can certify on that, although the regulator is not directly asking for an audit. So these are all opportunities which can be banked upon both by members in practice as well as by members in service. Certainly you can ask for it, sir. You can ask for it. We will be configuring the classification in our application. Whatever is configured can be called for by you as an auditor. Or as an auditor, you can call for it because that is what is the ultimatum, right? And also, RBI says that, this has to be audited periodically, though it's not much of a thrust there, right? So that report also can be called for. Nothing stops us from, asking for that.
Especially this bank audit, we come to know that asset classification is very critical area.
Absolutely.
Where this has been taken care by the system itself to identify the genuinity of this can be called for in terms of audit report?
Absolutely, you can check for the configurations.
Configurations.
So how is a
per norms.
doubtful asset classified? So how is an NPA first defined in the system? How is my loss asset defined in the system? So that is how your NPA runs bring about so many accounts have turned into NPA, right? So basis the configuration, and thank you for asking that question. You can also look for greening there, meaning if if the reports are there from different periods, obviously outside the IT ecosystem, you will find out greening. But then you can authenticate the whole thing by asking for change logs in the configuration. There cannot be an unauthorized change. So again, it goes to access mechanism. So when there is an unauthorized change, who gave them access? So we are again, as I repeated, we are checking the origination point of the numbers.
Where it is configured from.
Correct, sir. Correct. Okay. Thank you. Moving on. This is my favorite section. So, as I was talking about vendors, now regulators have, some of the regulators have said that outsourced vendor audits are a must, right? Now, vendors don't stop only with outsourced, right? Because we have an outsourcing definition and we have to, there's a big debate whether it becomes an outsourced vendor or not outsourced vendor. Now, leave alone all of the regulatory requirement for the time being, if you're going to set that aside for a while. Even for vendors who are not outsourced vendors, I need to take care how much of access I provide them, logically, physically, right? That becomes pristine importance because they are so much into my ecosystem. And next is going little back into the regulatory requirement. Now regulators thrust saying that you have to ensure if it's a vendor who's servicing multiple clients, I need to ensure my data is properly segregated. Now even if the regulatory requirement is not there, we don't want data contamination like that. So that again has to be checked upon. Another point is, big important point is over-dependence. At any point in time when we get too close with a vendor, it can turn out bad at some point in time where they pull off. Yes, we have contracts which all the clauses under the sun on earth, but then how do we ensure that we don't go and hit into that no corner? It becomes very difficult. So that we'll have to take care. And obviously the business continuity of the vendor. So how their IT systems are designed and how their going concern concept is ensured, their audit reports, this all have to be evaluated big time. And again, when the relationship with the vendor is done, we all have the clauses saying that confidentiality will continue even after the business is done, and the vendor has to provide a purging certificate, erasure certificate for all your data. All that is fine. But when actually some relationship is truncated with a vendor, how much of these clauses can be properly advocated? So we have to keep ensure, not that we are going to truncate every relationship, but then we'll have to also keep eye on where the data is held at their ecosystem, how much of access we give them, and periodically are we taking back the data so that on one day it doesn't become a big surprise or a shock to you, right? Sorry. And the last, the penultimate point is even more important. Data ownership, meaning with respect to IPR. Now many companies, we have left, right, center, different applications, and most of the companies, so many vendors are onboarded for all sorts of developments, application developments. So where exactly in the agreement do you mention that the source code will be whose ownership? It can be there as saying that this source code will belong to my company and the vendor will not have ownership. But in principle, are you having the source code in your environment? Have you checked? Is it working? These are the questions. This is capital expenditure, by the way. And these are huge expenditure, and the same IPR can be used for other entities also. Many of the software companies will not agree for code ownership, but in case they do, there are options that way also. They provide a time and material contract alone, wherein source code is yours, and they lend only the stuff. So if that be the case, how much of it are we securing? We have a capex, but do we have the asset? We have to check. And then subcontracting, we all know. Many vendors, there are disguised vendors also, more than subcontracting. Now, the vendors may bring about other vendors without our knowledge. So that kind of surprise checks need to be done, and we may go to the extent of, checking their PF records, that sometimes it is resisted, but then we don't have a choice, right? And the next important point is, how much of opportunity the new DPDP Act and rules can bring about. While things are still fluid, we've not got the rules out officially yet. But when you take a look at the rules, what does it say? Of course, privacy audits become applicable only for a significant data fiduciary, and significant data fiduciary is yet to be defined. We'll keep that aside for a while. No regulation on privacy in the world has this, as much as I know, okay? So, has this concept of a consent manager entity, a concept of consent manager and a separate entity who's managing the consents for you. Only DPDPA has it. And this opens doors for a huge opportunity for most of the practicing CAs, because the consent manager need to take the consent from the individual for sharing his private data, tokenize it, share it with the data fiduciary, right? So in this ecosystem, just like the account aggregator, what you saw for financial information, the same thing will hold good for personal data here. So how I audit the consent manager ecosystem to see if the interfaces between the receiver and sender of data is secure. And the rules also talks about federated identity, meaning sometimes, you go into any application and you say, and it will show you options. Would you want to log in through Google? Would you want to log in through Facebook? We all do that, right? So that's called as federated identity or federated access management. Now there is a concept in the DPDP rules wherein it says, one data fiduciary can take the consent of an individual from another data fiduciary. Obviously, while you initially seek a consent, this has to be allowed in the ecosystem. If that be the case, they will not circle back to you as an individual. It can move on. But that footprint of it getting moved, all that has to be secure. So how will we know that we are compliant with the Act unless we audit it? So it brings about huge opportunities both for members in practice as well as for members in service. For members in service in terms of complying with the Act. Okay. So, yeah, I think we are done. Moving on. Yeah, the other ITGC audits across, the application and infra are largely, you may be called for in any entity for that matter. I would like to touch upon the second point. How many entities call for a website audit? If they are regulated entities, the fact that the website has to be held up and running becomes a regulatory requirement. SEBI has a separate section in their LODR, for website requirement. What all has to be posted on the website. So huge section there. RBI also says it for NBFCs. So how do we know that the website data is secure? Forget about security for a moment. How do I know that my website has a redundancy? Meaning, if my website ecosystem or that URL goes, goes down, do I have a redundancy to host the website immediately? Have I checked? Have I tested whether I'm able to bring the website up within so much of time? Have I done it? Not sure. Okay. Now, for some reason, I'm supposed to, you would have all seen the investor section or the policy, the shareholder section in many of the listed companies. So you'll have set data with respect to the board meeting minutes or, to the financial reports, all of that perfectly uploaded at different placeholders in the website. So somewhere, all this data has to be backed up. If this is not backed up, it's not that you don't have the data. You won't be able to bring up the website. You will have to run helter-skelter for it. So how much of that have we checked? So this is one ripe area, a road less traveled, which can be well explored on. And I would like to extend upon what Madam Shobhana Ravi was mentioning on technology facilitated violence. Okay, so it need not be only with individuals. It can well happen to organizations. Now, 90% of all your financial institutions or any entity for that matter has a social media presence. Has a YouTube, has a WhatsApp connect with the members, has a Facebook page, Insta page, X page, so on and so forth. Who knows whether all of these are handled only by the entities? No. They have a huge vendor ecosystem for it. Yes, accesses are there with the marketing department of the entities also. But if you ask me, if all of this is managed only by the marketing department, may not be. It becomes very difficult for them also. Because there's so much of, you need to give a phone number for a verification check, or OTP verification check, so on and so forth. But how many organizations know who all in the vendors have access to their ecosystem? Because we are talking directly about the reputation of the organization. One disgruntled vendor employee, imagine he puts some posts on X or Facebook about the entity which is not required at all. Reputation goes for a toss, and the vendor organization will not come to the regulator, to explain the whole thing. We will have to go to explain to the regulator and look at the business laws, reputation laws. So social media auditing, and here again I would like to bring up IRDAI. So I think, to the best of my knowledge, only entity who's brought about a complete section of social media security, requirements of how vendors have to be made aware of in terms of their social media, whenever they're handling social media accounts of the entity, all that has been brought about as requirement by IRDAI. This is one other potential area which many organizations often tend to overlook, which we will have to, and as simple as forget about disgruntled vendor. You have a OTP verification through a vendor's employee who's gone absconded. How will you recover your account? Right? So other areas are cyber resilience, cyber security review, business continuity reviews. This all comes part of the business as usual. And again, incident investigation. Incident investigation sometimes can get very tricky. Like, while you go on to the root cause of the analysis, you will have to also report to regulators like certain and all within a certain time. And by the way, you're supposed to have the data for all the root cause analysis. Certain says 180 days. Now DPDP rule says 12 months. That will get interesting as the rules get pronounced. But then forget about the timeline. Do we even have the data? How many organizations check whether they are holding the required amount of data for 180 days? Have we verified? We should be doing it. And we have other global certification standards which again offer opportunities. You have a GDPR certification or a HIPAA certification, ISO 27001, PCI DSS. And interestingly, if you're an entity that is out of India and there is a vendor that is required to be onboarded, the vendor's SOC certification, System and Organization Control certification, that is required by your SSAE 16, can also be an opportunity for, yes. Correct. Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely, because you need a CPA to certify it. You need a CPA to certify it. That doesn't work. But, opportunities are rife. There is no harm in, coordinating with the CPA firm or, there are opportunities rife. That we'll have to ask the bodies who are, empowering us, sir. So it's huge. Very big ecosystem. And finally, one area of certification practice, one other thing is the manner in which we can rely on the vendors. That gives us a huge comfort. Moving on. This is another very, very, very potential area for anybody, either members in practice or service, especially members in service. The moment it's already March, so I go in for my budget approval. The moment I go for budget approval, so much of budget is there for IT. Now, how do we, they justify the budget and everything comes out, budget is passed. Finally, you start incurring the expenditure. How is that expenditure justified? We are sitting and picking, this is our bread and butter, right? There's no, two views about it. Now, cloud cost. How many of us ask? There is a cloud bill, there is a detailed bill, all of us would have seen it. But there is something called as a cloud usage analysis, okay, which your cloud vendors do provide for some of the privileged accounts, right? So how many of us, while validating the cloud expenditure, seek this usage? Okay, forget about the usage. In cloud, predominantly, it's like karma, right? I would say, whatever you do, you get the effect, right? That's karma. Cloud expenditure is also like that. You choose a plan, your build based on, your billing is only a consequence of your choice, absolutely. So your usage, depending on your usage, you'll have to shuttle and shuffle your billing, your plan choices. Once you do that, only you will be able to have a grip and control on the cloud cost. So that is one potential area. And again, from the IT infra perspective, cloud is a very, very important player. Another player is the licenses. We have so many licenses. We have anti-malware licenses, we have proxy licenses, we have DLP licenses, we have everything. You name it, we have it, right? But what is the license periodicity? What about the license condition? Have we deployed the licenses at the right time to make absolute advantage of the entire licensing period? Not sure. If we are going to change solutions, right, then have we now negotiated with the vendor to say, boss, I have this solution, this goes up till this period, your period should start after this month. It's very easy to stand here and say all that, but ground realities can be different. I'm not saying that everything will be perfect, but at least we have to ask questions on these lines, right? And then your license overruns. Many a times organizations say that I've bought 100 licenses, and then some licenses can be shared, so on and so forth, up to a certain limit. But you know what these vendors smartly do? They let you overspend. They will not restrict it there. And then they will charge a fat, tight penalty. So that comes as a big surprise. When the system is not restricting something, we are okay to do it. So how have we reconciled that, right? And then our famous project development cost. Now this is one area which has a huge potential for us auditors, right? So, I mean, we have an expenditure, a budget that is set. We are developing different applications. How many of us have gone through the URS document, the user requisition document, to see if there are parallel applications getting developed for addressing the same solutions? Right? So it becomes a huge expenditure. And sometimes in big organizations, your engineering teams may not, even speak to each other. They may not know. And it's all agile development now. Even the developer does not know what will be the final outcome, because he goes by something called a sprint. So I have visibility only to the up to the next week or to the week after next, what I am supposed to do. That's it. Right? But the SOW or MSA can have so many other different factors. There can be overlapping solutions for which I'm still paying. So that needs to be clearly checked when we are developing the application itself, so that there are no surprises. And then another point, we already spoke about code ownership, so I'm not going there. And fixed price contract. There's something called as fixed price contract in application development. So here, milestones play a big factor. So I'm supposed to finish something and give in a certain period. I'm supposed to finish all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, right? So have I done it? If it's a fixed price contract, the vendor can bring as many resources as he or she wants. There's no stoppage there. Two risks there is, I have to ensure that my milestones are really met before I release my payment. And how am I controlling accesses of all the people who come in and go out? It's a huge area. I mean, most of the times there'll be resistance from the auditee saying that it's very difficult to control. They'll be pulling out 2 resources, bringing on 3 resources. How do I control? But we will have to go beyond that. And one other tricky area, third tricky point in fixed price contract is, there would be certain specifications given in the agreement saying that so many years of experience, 3 people, this X talent, 2 people. So how do I know when the vendor is shuffling these resources? Okay. How do I know when the vendor is shuffling these resources that I am getting the same quality of people, right? So that becomes a huge area of interest. And CRs, all my change requests must have a return of an investment that I'll have to check while I'm auditing it. And this will also help my management cut cost or, remove the CRs, which change requests, which are not required at all, right? In the interest of time, we'll go quickly fast. Yeah, you have, how do I go about the audit? You have various, frameworks around which you can channelize your audit processes. While, we have the ITAF framework, we have the NIST guidelines, so on and so forth. But all I would say, yes, checklist can help you to some extent, but nothing can replace that skepticism of the auditor in asking the right set of questions with the data available. So just leverage on it, I would say. And certain aspects that are unique to IS audit is something which I want to touch upon. So it's not a report that is published like our general financial audit report. It's not a report that is public, and the audience are meant to be some specific strata of people only, right? So that becomes different. And one other factor is, when you find a showstopper issue in a systems audit, you should not be waiting till the time of reporting. It has to be immediately reported to the topmost management so that damage control can be done, right? And with respect to upskilling offerings, we have our ICAI, which provides the very important Diploma in Information Systems Audit 3.0. It's a very incisive course. And we also have a lot of refresher courses that are brought about by the digital accounting body of our institute. We also have other offerings from other certification bodies. So while you may want to go through this, there's no compulsion, unless and until when you're going for a regulatory audit which calls for a certification, the knowledge is more important. How you go about the audit and get your, hands into it is much more important, right? But all these offerings are really, from the institute, are really good, which help you at least dispel the initial fears to, to go through it. I would say it's in a language that is understandable by us. We are not technocrats. So these, whatever the institute is offering, is very much akin to what an accountant can understand. So you must go through all of this. And that's it from my side. So I hope you found this session interesting. Thank you very much. The tagline, I would like to take just one more minute for the theme again. So the speakers before me was talking about the spiritual wellness and, the importance of health, all of that. Yes, I completely second it. So with good health, happiness and spiritual wellness, nothing is stopping us. Nimirnthu Nil, So just stand upright and march forward, explore your opportunities. Very happy Women's Day, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Special thanks to Ms. Revathi Raghunathan and the entire SIRC team for this opportunity. Thank you. Sure. Sorry? Yes. Not directly applicable, I would say. It's not directly applicable because it's more for mobile applications, web applications and other payment aggregating bodies. But GPay, I don't think will come directly there.
Another question,
yes.
Risk, you tell about what are the problems we are facing in the information system, okay? How to assess the risk in case of cyber attacks? Okay.
Excellent question.
Cyber attacks and other widespread, we are spreading so much data. So how we control it and how we have to assess these cases?
Brilliant. Thank you for this very important question. So ma'am, can I have your name?
Sharmila.
Sharmila. Thank you, Madam Sharmila. See, today, again, thanks to technology, we have tools which the organizations, largely they are investing. The SOC, Security Operations Center, SIEM tools, which I'm talking about, your intrusion prevention systems, which are integrated with your firewall, all can give you beautiful reports. Even your emails, there is something called as DMARC. It says, if it has come from a sender who is not, who's unauthorized, so on and so forth. All that, but the only problem is, we have tools are giving us reports, but are we using them? That is a huge pain point that has to be addressed. We are hardly using them. We have vendors for SIM, SOC, IPS, firewall, everything. Everybody is dumping reports onto us. But how do we, how many of us have the time to read it, correlate it, and then act upon it? Yes, the SIM team does, the action, they check, they have a mechanism to find out whether it is a false positive or a true positive incident event, so on and so forth. But apart from the event ecosystem, the tool also gives you so many areas wherein your endpoints or any of your network has been accessed by your employee from a different location. Okay, so this kind of reports, and then if you say your servers have to be accessed only from the privileged access management solution so that the identity is established. So who are all the people who have accessed the server without this privileged access management solution? So those kind of reports are well provided by your tools. But that way we will be able to assess the risks. But we will be able to assess the risk and address the risk only if we use them. So the moment we use them, we'll be able to do it. Have I answered your question?
If there is a breach of access privilege by super users, do you have an exception report for that?
Yes, sir. Your logs, your PAM logs have to be studied. We have video logs. We are, even retaining them. Are we reviewing them? Not many cases. Yes, ma'am. So have I answered your question?
Nowadays, there is a...
Yes, ma'am.
confidential things like our sector.
Ma'am, can you repeat?
They can capture the images from the agreement. It's all.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Only awareness, madam. Only awareness. Nothing. That's still, a dark area which no organization has been able to conquer. It's only awareness. You keep sending awareness mails, and there are now organizations are conducting simulations, right? It's not just awareness mails alone. They conduct, a gaming methodology for bringing about that awareness, simulation techniques, pushing, phishing mails and seeing how many employees click onto that, so on and so forth. They're able to do, and whatever you are mentioning is a typical, fraudulent scenario. Right? A person is clicking, is completely against the interest of the entity, clicking the picture and sharing the data. So the only way to go about is constant, awareness sessions, and I would say monitoring also is just not possible. Frankly, it's not possible.
Yeah. One more.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is sending mail? And he is saying he has not sent the mail, but he from his mail ID it went to the customer that you information like that. But by employee saying he didn't send the mail, but customer says we received mail from his ID. How we can have a control on this mail tripping and all?
So, madam, even though he deletes it from his inbox, we can see if, mail and how fast it is deleted. That is another question. Because mail servers have a backup mechanism.
Correct.
So, if that individual has deleted the mail sometime later, then probably that a copy of that mail is available in the mail exchange server's backup. From there, you can retrieve it. But I'm really not sure whether logs are there to monitor the deletion action at the mail front. I'm really not sure on that. Probably you can check with the backup team to see if there's something else that is available. I didn't get your name. Shyamla. Yes. Sir, gentlemen, I didn't get your name too. Please, may I have your name? Mr. Ganapati. Thank you. Correct.
So data mining techniques are not
working. Okay.
To do
Okay. In extension of madam's question, okay. Again, depends upon how you, you put it to your use case, sir, how you configure your rules around it. It's completely relative and dependent upon that. If you start early on to say that, yes, I will want my data mining engine to have that intelligence to pick up this as a use case, then yes.
Yes.
So that, sorry? Absolutely. And how you configure early on. Because configuration is only prospective. It is never retrospective. So that's why in the audit trail also they say you have to get logs of when it was configured. Absolutely. Absolutely. Who has access to the audit trails? Who has access to enable and disable the audit trail? Get the activity log of that person or whoever is there in that role, okay, and read the logs to ensure that they have not disabled it intermittently and enabled it back. Correct. Correct.
Excuse me, in concentration of the time, we request the members to get your questions clarified during the lunch time.
Sure. Thank you very much, team, for this great opportunity. Thank you. Thank you all.
What an insightful and eye-opening session. CA Sangeeta and Satish has not only deepened our understanding of information systems audit, but has also highlighted the vast opportunities available for chartered accountants in both practice and industry. Her knowledge of information systems, cybersecurities, AI-driven audits, and compliance framework is truly remarkable. Your session has truly empowered us to think beyond traditional roles and embrace the tech-driven future of our profession. The sheer depth of your expertise and your ability to simplify complex topics have left us inspired. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and guiding us on how we can leverage these opportunities to shape our careers. On behalf of SIRC of ICI, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your valuable insights, ma'am. Let's give her another big round of applause. We request the...
Please. Thank you. Very good afternoon to everyone present here. I will just take very less time so that you can have your lunch. Thank you for giving your time. And I would like to wish you all a happy Women's Day. On this beautiful day, I would like to present our organization, GK Cloud Solutions. I am the business head. And these are our various organizations, and we work based on AI. We are completely AI-based organization, and we are trying to implement AI in various sectors and domains and industries. And particularly now we are focusing on CA members and CA students, CMA students, and accounting industry. So, and at GK Cloud Solutions, we leverage AI to transform chartered accountancy, education, and practice. And also our AI-driven tools offers personalized learning and adaptive flashcards methodology as well. So I would like to call Radhika ma'am to introduce about our new product. Thank you so much.
It's Radhika, Vice President Technology, bringing 27 years of teaching experience from various prestigious institutes, enriching us with her deep academic and technical expertise. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ashwini. So I'm Dr. Radhika, as they told. We are giving an exclusive product on AI to the people. So before I start with explaining what is the product, technology empowers us. I hope all of you will agree with this. Even a small thing which is coming out, it's not that we should be technically sound to make use of it. The same thing I will apply for AI also. It's not that I should be a computer science engineer to make use of AI. Definitely no. I would like to quote some 10 years before, when computers came into picture, everybody was telling computers is going to rule the world. We are going to lose everything. Computers is going to do everything. Human beings will be lost. Was it the case? Definitely no. Because computers assisted us in learning things, in doing things in a faster manner like that. So similarly, the same scenario is now coming up with AI now. It's not that AI is going to replace human, but how are we going to make use of AI to assist the human beings? That is what we have to think. So that is the place where we are supposed to empower us with the AI knowledge. So as a CA professionals, and I think some of the students are also here who are actively doing the CA, so how you can use AI in your regular day-to-day life or in your regular profession. That is what we are coming up with two solutions. One is our flashcards. So what is this flashcards all about is, it is like a tidbits of information. See, nowadays when we are looking at say a 1 hour video of one content, we will not be generally interested. But the same thing, I think you will agree, that YouTube shorts, we will be just scrolling 3 minutes content, it will be going for 1 hour. But the same thing, 1 hour content, we are not patient. So the same concept that we are just taking that into consideration, and we are giving tidbits of AI information which will be useful for the CA professionals. So how am I see, I am a CA, I don't know anything about computers, so how am I going to use it? That will be the next question. So when those tidbits of information, when you are able to read it using the flashcards, you will be able to understand the jargons, the technology that is being used in AI, so that when you are going for the AI tools which can be used as a part of your profession, these jargons will be easy for you to make it up, and it will be very useful for you in that case. So that is the objective of us giving or making ready this flashcards. So we have actually 3 learning levels over there, which covers the basic, intermediate as well as the advanced, which is specially developed and curated for the CA professionals. So once you have that information in hand and on the go, why flashcards again? Why not we can give it as an app in the mobile? So digital detox, that also we are considering. So this, what we can do is, on the go you can take some cards when you are traveling or when you are having a chat with your friends. You can just take one tidbit of information, you can go through it, you can understand it. So now what happens next? Okay, I've understood whatever that you're told now. So we are giving the digitized version also, where you will be getting badges for completing every level, as well as a completion certificate also when you're done, you're mastering all the concepts. So once this is over now, next is, we have a set of AI tools which can be used by the CA professionals. So those tools we will be giving you training in such a way that with the help of those tools, you will be able to manage your daily activities that you are doing as a part of your profession. So these tools will be assisting you, as well as it will help you to complete the task in a very efficient and in a fast manner. So that is the next arena which we are focusing. Next comes the FinTech course. So when I talk about FinTech, it involves both technology as well as how are you going to use it in your domain. So combined together, we have taken all the latest innovations, which is very much the need of the hour for the professionals, and we have curated that content also, which can be done in a self-paced manner by every one of you, and then you can gain knowledge in that also. So these are the offerings that we are having, and please contact our business team for taking it further. We have already the GK Cloud Solutions website, where you can just go through the website also and see what are the offerings that we are giving. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next we have Zoho, a globally trusted name in business software solutions. Representing Zoho today, we have Mr. Monish, a key part of the Zoho Finance Partner team for nearly 3 years, managing partner relations across southern India and driving business success through strategic collaborations. Along with him, we have Ms. Rana operations for the past year, handling partner relations across southern and eastern India with a keen focus on fostering strong business partnerships. With that, let's welcome our esteemed speakers as they take us through this insightful session.
So good afternoon everyone. Lunch saaptacha ellarum? Okay. Okay, I won't take much of your time. No issues. So probably in another 10 minutes I'll just leave you. So let me just make it clear. I'm not here to sell any of the Zoho applications to you or Zoho books vaanga inga veliye vandu register pannunga na solla poradilla. I'm just here to create awareness about Zoho books and other finance applications. and how it empowers chartered accountants like you, and how you can offer more value to your clients through Zoho Books and other finance applications. So the presentation is not yet ready, so you just hold on for a couple of minutes, but 2 o'clock I will leave you for sure. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, if ma'am permits, I'm very Yeah. Just one more thing before you go for lunch. We have an in-campus visit for you. So transport will be arranged from ICI Nungambakam office. So all of you are welcome to our office. So the dates are April 11 and 18, both of them being Fridays. So weekend update office vandu ponga. You can meet our leadership team. You can meet our partner of operations team and product teams as well. So I will ask them to display the QR code for registration for the same. So please register for the same. We will definitely be expecting you at our office. And transport, food, everything will be arranged from our end. So please just take a minute and register for the same.
We invite you all to enjoy the delicious spread arranged for you. We take this opportunity to interact, network and share ideas. We will resume sharp at 2:25 and exciting games await you.
Why you can't set off?
For the other categories, the set off rules permit, but whereas speculative business, let us set, you can set off the laws only against a speculative income. Yes.
For others, it is not there. Okay, it's the reverse. Okay. Okay, it's right. Next. TDS. Oh, sorry. We'll go to the next question. Which form needs to be filed for lower TDS rate? Here.
Form 13.
Can you just give how Form 13 works?
We have to apply in the Traces portal lower deduction of certificate for especially for an NRI. Those who wanted to sell a property and they will be taxed on a higher rate. For that, we will be applying the lower TDS certificate.
Correct. So the TDS to be deducted for non-residents are at a higher rate, say 20%. We can apply for a lower TDS rate like 1% or 3% by filing this Form 13. So right.
For exempted income also we can file it. Yeah. For trust also we can file and.
Okay. So next is income tax return. Who cannot file an updated return?
If it is last return cannot be filed, a return as effect of reducing the tax. All of the above. See. Yes. The updated return who has any income omitted, not disclosed, he can file an updated return. Because of zero tax means he's coming under the nil. Yes, he can, because when a bank needs a return for applying for loan purpose, that time they can apply updated return and file.
So the person with nil tax can also file. If the interest applies, then interest should be paid with 25% additional tax liability. Okay. So right. Next, this row. Compensation received by an assessee for compulsory acquisition of land under NHA Act. Is it taxable at 20%, 10%, 15%, or is it exempted?
I think it's exempted but taxed only when it's sold. Only when he sells it, it will be taxed.
So Generally, compulsory acquisition is done by the government. So that is obviously exempted under the Act. Exempted. Compulsory acquisition by agricultural land. Yeah. Okay, it's agricultural land. Okay. So next is taxability. Taxability of salary paid to legal heirs of deceased employee in respect of privilege leave standing to the credit of such employee at the time of his or her death. Whether is it not taxable, taxable at 10%, taxed in the hands of legal heirs, or taxed along with the salary. So when a person has died, here.
Taxed along with salary. D.
Any other or right answer? So the question is simple. Suppose a person has died and his privilege leave standing to his credit, he has some more salary to be received. So after his death, whether that income is taxable.
Not taxable, no?
Yeah, why? Because anybody can explain this? Any other people from other rows?
Yeah, it's taxed along with salary because we file a return for the deceased once so it's taxed along with salary.
Yes. Not taxable is right.
Basically, there is no employer-employee relationship at all. The employee is already no more.
Yes. So that is the right answer. Thank you, sir. Next, deductions. To what expenditure is allowed under, sorry, that is under against, that is not right. So what is the amount of expenditure allowed against the interest on compensation earned under other sources?
15% of such 15.
Students? 50 is right. 50% of, sorry, 50% of exempted is right. Okay. 50% of such amount received. That answer is actually wrong. 50% of such amount received. So last two questions I'll just run through. What form needs to be submitted with the department for withdrawal of amount from capital gain account scheme? So you have opened a CAGS and you need to withdraw the amount after paying the capital gain taxes. What form needs to be filed? Anybody? Form G, right. Yeah, so last, this is PGPP. I'm just running through the slide. And last question is, as per section 32 of Income Tax Act, at what rate is intangible? 25%. Yeah. We can close it. We can go to the next game. Okay, thank you.
I now request our sponsors Zoho, Mr. Monish and Raj Nandini to come and present their plans.
Hello. So hope all of you had your lunch. And now probably most of you would be feeling sleepy, I'm sure. So is it next? Okay, I'll just try to make sure that I finish it soon, so that you don't feel it as a lullaby. So as I said earlier, I'm not here to sell Zoho to any of you. I'm just here to create awareness about Zoho finance applications and how it can be of more value to you as well as your clients. So just a quick intro about Zoho. So Zoho was founded in the year 1996. So we have been in the industry for over 29 years now. So Zoho Books, Zoho as an organization is completely bootstrapped and it's completely private and profitable. So we don't depend on any public investments, thereby not answerable to any stakeholders. So thus it enables us to concentrate more on long-term development rather than on short-term gains, which generally pleases the stakeholders. So as you could see, we cater to corporates and individuals across 150 companies, and recently in the 2023 we reached 100 million users. And you can see in the slide, our customer database from the year 2022 to 23 increased up to 25%, from 80 million to 100 million. So we are present globally across 150 countries, and these are our offices. The ones that are marked in are where we are physically present, and the reds are the data centers where we have. So we have our head offices in Texas and in Chennai. You might be wondering, your office is in Guduvanjeri, how is it Chennai? But that's what we call. And that's where we are inviting you to be a part of. Just come and mingle with us down the line. We will share the QR code once again after this meeting. So yeah, as you could see, we have different data centers across 8 countries and in 11 separate cities. And in our 29 years of history, we haven't faced any single episode of data breach, thus ensuring our ultimate capability of keeping the customer's data private. So let us just have a quick look at the Zoho Finance applications here. So it starts from Zoho Books, which is our flagship accounting software, right from accounting, payroll, inventory management, expense management, and all of them are seamlessly integrated with each other. So what just began as a single invoicing software has now grown into 10 applications, an entire suite of applications which are seamlessly integrated. You might be asking, so Zoho Books is an accounting software and all the accounting softwares can does the same kind of service to us, and how does Zoho stand out? We tend to stand out. We tend to give more value to the clients by terms of automation and scheduling. For example, we have Sangeeta ma'am here with whom I have been coordinating since yesterday. Imagine a client of Sangeeta ma'am calls her yesterday, calls now all of a sudden. I want this report right away, right now. She might not be in a position to take her laptop, or she might not be in a position to view her desktop right away and share the report. What she can do is, we have a Zoho Books and Zoho other finance applications as a mobile application. So you can just create entries here. It allows you to view your transactions, view your reports, everything. But our ma'am is super smart. She also has the capability of scheduling the reports and sending it to them on an automated basis. Thereby, there will be no need for the customer to call her right in the first place itself. So likewise, we have more features like connected banking, where your entire bank feeds can be fetched in Zoho. It also has multi-user functionality, where multiple users can access the organization at the same point of time without any overlapping. And you might be wondering, what if someone mishaps the account? We also have an audit trail and activity log here, so which you can review, which you can backtrack and review the entire set of activity that has happened in the organization. So let us now look at the new additions into the Zoho Finance suite. So what is the key factor that enables us to build new products? So Zoho as an organization pays keen attention to the customer's feedback. We take the feedback platform seriously, and we not only enhance the existing products based on the customer feedback, but also build new products depending on the feedback. One classic example is the Zoho Practice software, which we built based on the feedback that we received from the accounting community. So practice management software helps you streamline your practice, where you can manage your clients, you can assign tasks internally to your staff, you can create client requests, you can also have key inputs of the client's organizations as well. So introducing Zoho Payments. So we have also ventured into the online payment gateway. So in Zoho Books earlier, we did have payment gateway setups where you will be integrating with third-party payment gateways, which can be sent as a payment link when you raise an invoice. Now with Zoho Payments, you can have that as well, as a part of your invoice, as a payment link, where you can just collect the, send the invoice to the customer. Through the payment gateway, they can make the payment, and once that is done, it will automatically be recorded. The payment will be automatically recorded in the Zoho Books application. Thereby, the entire life cycle of the transaction, right from creating an estimate to the recording, can be automated in Zoho Books, along with Zoho payments and other applications. So all these Zoho payments, inventory, everything is integrated with each other. These are the key core capabilities of Zoho payments. So it is PCI level 1 complaint, which is the highest level of complaints within the PCI network. And there will be easy dispute management. So when there is a third-party payment gateway involved and there is a different accounting software involved, you have to go to and fro between both the support teams in order to get to a resolution. But when it comes to Zoho, since we offer a single suite of solution, you can just reach out to one support team, and we internally take the burden of reaching to different teams and have the issue sorted for you. And you might be wondering about the percentage. I don't have it in the slide, but if it's an UPI payment, if your organization completely depends on UPI payment, it's completely free of cost. There is no platform fee involved for the, Zoho payments. There is no subscription fee involved as well. And for net banking and credit cards, debit cards, it will be 2% of the transaction. And for corporate, which is again as per the market standards. And for corporate cards, it is 2.75%, which again is lesser than that of what is available in the market, which is 3%. So Zoho payments, as well as I said, can be easily integrated with other Zoho finance applications, be it books, inventory, expense, and so on. So this Zoho payments was recently launched in the Global FinTech Festival in Mumbai last year. So we could see our head of finance, Mr. IC, along with the RBI governor in the last year's launch event. So Zoho has also set its foot into the ONDC market. So ONDC is nothing but, imagine you are a small seller who is trying to sell your product to a large set of audience. Now as a buyer, I myself am comfortable when I surf through the products online instead of visiting a shop where people will be toggling you to sell their products. But when it's online, you can compare with different brands and so on. So in India, the online commerce market is more than 60% of it is covered by two major players, and the small players are not getting the leveling field, the right opportunity to expose their products. So this is where ONDC plays a big role. It gives more visibility to the sellers' products. So there are multiple buyers and sellers applications in ONDC network. The buyer application being big players like Paytm and all is involved. So we have introduced Vikra, which is a part of the ONDC network, Zoho's software, which is a part of the ONDC network, where when you list your product in Vikra, buyers from across different applications such as Paytm, Ola, Meesho, everyone can view your product listed for sale. So there is no, there is no subscription cost involved in Vikra. Just 1% of the transaction amount will be the payment towards Zoho, revenue towards Zoho for the product. So as I said, Zoho, all the Zoho finance applications are available in all applications, be it laptop, be it mobile phone, desktop application, and so on. So now coming to the most important part. As I said, we are here to offer more value to chartered accountants, and that is why we have a memorandum with ICAI, which was effective from 2023, where we are offering 4 of our major finance applications free of cost for you for a period of 3 years. So those products being, again, it's displayed here, like Zoho Books, Zoho Practice, which helps streamline your business, streamline your clients, Zoho Expense, Zoho Payroll, and Zoho Inventory integrated within Zoho Books. So all of them being higher end plans that are being offered for you. So come explore. So I myself and my colleague Nandini will be sitting outside. You can just reach out to us for enrolling for the ICI plan. We can help you with the sign up link. There is no cost involved or anything in this. So once you feel I am comfortable with the product, I have known the features of the product, and if you feel that the product will be adding more value to my customers, you are always welcome to enroll into a partnership with us. It's a rewarding program with additional benefits. Your entire support line will be changing. You will be having a dedicated point of contact within me. So again, I can give more information on that. And for that, I would request you to visit our booth outside and also register for the event that we are hosting in our office campus on April 11 and on April 18. So you can opt for either one of the slots. The transport will be free, food will be arranged, and everything will be arranged from our end. Pickup and drop will be from Nungambakam ICI. So there will be a QR code displayed once again by the end of this session. Please register for the same. Depending on the count, we will arrange everything from our end. Yeah, so thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Work-life balance is a challenge we all face. How do we juggle deadlines, responsibilities, and personal well-being? Our next speakers will share valuable insights on how to manage professional and personal life seamlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to introduce our next distinguished speaker, CA Bhavani Balasubramanian, a stalwart in the fields of audit, corporate governance, and leadership development. With over 4 decades of experience, she has been a partner at Fraser & Ross and Deloitte Haskins & Sells, handling audits of listed companies and multinational corporations across various industries, both in India and abroad. She currently serves as a Chief Strategist, Diversity Evaluation at Avtar, where she has trained over 8,000 women leaders in leadership and career development. A certified ISO auditor, she is an expert in human capital reporting and diversity and inclusion. Beyond corporate leadership, she plays a key role in professional bodies as independent director, governing council member, chairperson of the Women's Business Council of the Madras Chamber of Commerce. She has also been special invitee to the Corporate Laws Committee of ICAI and an invitee member of the Center for Audit Quality of ICAI. A passionate educator, she has authored multiple books for ICAI on auditing standards and has trained over 15,000 professionals in audit methodology. Recognized for her excellence, she is a recipient of the Great Lakes Wonder Woman Award and the Women Achiever Award from Chennai Citizens Forum. With a wealth of expertise in audit, she continues to inspire and empower professionals across the industry. Let us put our hands together and warmly welcome CA Bhavani Balasubramanian. It's a great privilege to have you here, ma'am. May I now request CA Ganapati sir to felicitate our guest, please.
Sorry for the disturbance. I come from a family of doctors, so they give me certain instructions, more to make sure that I don't disturb their schedule, I guess. But at my current age, I think I need to give respect to their experience and their qualifications. My sincere thanks to Revati, Sri Priya, Rajendra Kumar, Deepa and Rekha. Sorry, I know them so well that I cannot refer to their official designations in the ICAI. To all the office bearers of SIRC, not today, ever since they have seen me as a child in the SIRC Nungambakam office, I used to go there
when my father was the chairman, vice chairman, treasurer, and sit down at the so-called reception sofa and play with Mrs. Saraswati, a very senior staff member, and T.V. Srinivasan used to live in the outhouse in the SIRC office. Since then when I grew up, I was called for singing the prayer song in any of the chartered accountant functions because my father could lay hands on me the previous night and pull me in the morning to sing a song. And since then, when I joined CA, of course, you become part of the bandwagon, and it's been years and decades that I've been with you all in various capacities. And the one thing which I will never refuse is if there's an invitation, whatever be the time, whatever be the shortest notice, to come and be with you all, my dear professionals. This is the third session today, and I was happy that I was able to manage the time slot which was given to me. If there was a clash, I would have had to say no. And I always remember one sentence of my father, that you could have 1,000 reasons to say no, but give me one good reason to say yes. And with that, talking about work-life balance, that's a topic which is very close to my heart. Ever since I started my career, while people may say that I was fortunate enough, but I think I did something in that direction to make sure that I was consistent and I was able to pull through. The challenge of work-life balance is without question one of significant struggles faced by modern man, said Stephen Covey. There are 3 myths on work-life balance. 50% of the time for work and 50% of the time at home. That's the first myth. The second one is you want to get to do everything, and you want to do everything in a day, in a week, or a month. The third myth is work-life balance means taking a break from work and trying to refresh oneself. All these 3 are pure myths. Work and life has to integrate. It's not a balance, but it's a fine balance between the two. And it has to be done no matter whatever be your profession or stage of life, because life is like a piano. And the black and the white keys need to work in harmony to get a good orchestral music. You have responsibility for everything, my dear friends, and I know that cloning oneself is always a dream in each one's mind. How to have a smoother life and leave some little time for yourselves is important for you and is uppermost in your mind. I can see people at different stages of life here, and each of you have your challenges on work-life balance. We want to manage numerous and complex work and family roles, and this is a source of stress. Why is stress? Because of 2 aspects. There is a role strain and a spillover. The role strain arises because between both partners, one has stretched themselves out of the house too much, and that load falls on somebody else. It's just like one person is very enthusiastic in work, and therefore there are more responsibilities given to them. Something similar to that from an official setup. This is what happens at home. The spillover is because one of the partners have got inflexibles, they have longer working hours, and they have an overbearing boss, and a less than a positive work environment. And that's most important, which increases the stress. The work environment and the positivity, lack of positivity, increases the stress on your work-life issue. There is no single formula for work-life balance. A decision as to how to combine and integrate the two, and how would you develop a creative solution and an approach to challenge both the balancing of responsibilities and the joy of doing multiple roles. People used to ask me, Madam, how is it you manage everything and you're there without missing anything? It's a simple thing. I somehow developed a mechanism of switch on and switch off, number 1. What I'm doing, I'll do that at present. The next, when I move to the next task, I forget about this. That's one. The second thing is, I always felt one task is a stress buster for the other. So work is a stress buster for household chores. Cooking is a stress buster for working on the computer. Driving is a stress buster for doing work at home. So this way, I used to enjoy every activity which I did. That came naturally for me. Nobody taught that to me. But somehow that seemed to have worked. If you ask, how did you do it? That's how I did it. And there were 3 aspects which drove me right from the time I think I got married. I was a very lazy girl, getting up very late, not knowing anything at home. I just didn't know what each pulse was used for which kind of dish. That was my level of knowledge when I was studying, and my mother insisted that I study and not enter the kitchen. 3 objectives were given. My father believed that I should be a full hardcore professional. When he went to meet anybody, if the lady in the house was a 9 yards, he never gave my horoscope, he came back. Because he felt this girl is from Holy Angels Convent and she will be talking in English and it would create a complex. Number 2, my mother said, whoever came home for anything to discuss, she said, her father's office had the facility to study, so we made her study, but she will be at home. If you want, she will stay fully at home. This was the second objective. And the third biggest objective was my sister-in-law to be came, and I was not hopeful of anything moving forward because I never even thought about these things. And she said the only thing is, he wanted to know whether you can stay home for 6 months in Orissa where you won't get a job. Then he will try and find a job in a city in Bhubaneswar, then he'll get you a job. And my mother-in-law said, he did not want a working girl, but we tried to convince him to say that there are exceptions, why don't you consider? So these 3 objectives in mind made me manage my clear work-life balance without any flaw. And today when I look back 42 years, not a single day I have made people at home wait for their evening dinner. I have not engaged a cook or gone to a restaurant to order a menu. We didn't have Swiggy, we didn't have those facilities. Above all, we didn't have the wherewithal in finance to look for these alternatives. We all started from scratch. And we had senior people who didn't like those things. Let me confess, having a cook on those days was looked down upon. But today, if you don't have a cook, you're looked down upon. That's the change. So that was my background about work life. I just wanted to put the questions to rest. So be clear in your values. For me, my value was when I leave my house, it should be like a 5-star hotel. When I'm there, it will be messed up. But my bedroom, my hall and all should look like a 5-star. That was a value for which I really stretched myself. So similarly, what is your value at each place? At office, I said, I will not give up any opportunity which comes my way. Somehow we'll work towards it. And another biggest goal is, I said, as I go along the steps, I'll tell you, I had a few goals which I also made my team follow. Okay? Start with a plan. Morning, 4 o'clock, you didn't have Samsung notes, you didn't have Zoho notes, you didn't have anything on your systems. Small chits of paper where I used to write down what is the shopping list for today, what are the letters I should dictate, who are the people I should meet. That was all in small chits. Once you write it down in the morning at 4 o'clock, it eases your tension. You feel you have completed, whereas that's only a to-do list. Then you are at rest to start your day's work. At the end of the day, don't look at that list because sometimes the list will never be ticked. You can follow it up next morning. Why disturb your sleep the previous night for it? Not required. Build a team and support network. You must build your team in the same way you want to have yourself in your profession. My team had a golden rule that they will not stay back after 6:30 in the evening. If I find any of them in the office, I'll fire them. Because you have a life, you have a home, you all have laptops. What's the problem? Night 8:39, you can do any spillover work you want to finish. Why do you want to sit here and waste time? So I never agreed with the men folk on one thing in the office because they used to walk in at 11 o'clock and then stay until 8 o'clock, whereas many of us would drop our kids in school and come at 8:30 to the office. So I've done my work from the morning and 6 o'clock I leave with pride. Why should I leave with guilt? It's not necessary. And any of the meetings which were there, starting at 5:30, I used to object. Friends, my journey of fighting for a 5-day week lasted for 23 years. As a global firm, I said this is something which you should follow. And if you want to know with whom the fight was, it was with my father, the senior partner and the then chairman of Deloitte India. 23 years, and finally I succeeded. So, set realistic goals for yourself. The goals could keep changing according to how your day flows, but fix long-term goals, short-term goals, and try to map against that. Never regret for what you have not achieved. As long as you remember the goal and you will do it one day, feel happy about yourself and pat yourself on the back. Understand family issues. This is something the younger generation should be told until the cows come home, because today's generation is not geared up for that. I'm sorry to say that, but they are all focused on their career and their house, but this is one important part which should help you boost your career, is something which is very important. Setting the priorities. What are your priorities for work as well as the house? How would you manage people? How would you foster relationships? Let go, try to delegate. Don't try and do everything yourself. The one thing I trained my team, because we had to operate on a quadrilateral when the audit committee presence for auditors became mandatory, and everybody would choose the same day for the audit committee meetings, one in Calcutta, one in Mumbai, one in Chennai and one in Delhi, when we did not have these virtual meetings. So all my managers were trained to make presentations, and I used to run through the presentation and then let them go and do the presentation themselves. So I was the first to start this in my office, much against the rising eyebrows of many of my colleagues. And I take pride in the fact that there was a manager who was technically the greatest person in the office, but was never given a chance into the boardroom because he had a problem of stammering. So I was the first one to put him up in front of the audit committee. If he's handling global calls and the audit is fetching 12 crores, what's the problem in his being in the boardroom, was my view. So the team has to gear up. You need to delegate and build your next line for you to have some relief in your work. As you go up the ladder, that's most important for work-life balance. Planning and communication to the family. Sometimes you over-communicate what you want to do. Today, the best thing is to put chits or send messages. If you start talking, the earlobes of people automatically close. There is a mechanism. So it will not register. So the best thing is to put chits on wherever appliances you want to put, or send out messages or voice messages. Be flexible with people. When there are kids around, nothing is under your control. My daughter keeps telling me that it is always, Mummy, all things you deal with are all controllable. We are dealing with uncontrollable factors like kids. Yes, you learn to adjust. The one advice I would give people who have small children, please wake up 1 hour before they wake up. That's the only way to manage the inflexibility which could come in as a surprise for you when kids are there. So that is an issue. Waking up early in the morning is an issue. It's just like saying, I stayed late in the office yesterday, so I'm coming in late. That's no excuse. You have to be there at 10 o'clock, right? So these are some of the aspects on work-life balance, which I thought all of you know them. I just wanted to collate and tell you these are some of the thoughts which we have. I have got to give you 3 important energizers, and then I'll open the floor for any questions. There are 3 pillars for work-life integration: meaning, interactions, and energy. I'd like you all to get this concept of these 3 pillars into your mind and try to recollect it whenever you feel a little low. Okay. Making a connection between what you do and how beneficial it is to others. People who have seen that movie on the fake doctor, wherein, the doctor used to cajole the cleaner that because he is cleaning the floor so well, people are free of diseases, because he used to regret that every time when he mops the floor, there are people walking. He hugged him and explained the purpose in life, and after that, the man was so happy to clean the floor n number of times. So there's a meaning for everybody. I mean, why do you go to work? It's not only your personal purpose, there is a purpose in the organization. The organization derives a benefit out of your work. Tom Rath has 2,600 wonderful ideas about what makes a meaning in your work. That's a good book to read. The Radiological Society of North America came out with a diagnosis by which its productivity increased by 46%. And do you know what the diagnosis is? They decided to put the picture of the patient in the report which was generated. And then they found that the radiologists started working, more involved, and they were more passionate when they saw the picture of the person whose scan report or whose diagnosis report comes in. It's a simple thing, but the way it motivated the radiologists, and the results were very high. So finding a meaning and finding intrinsic motivation factors are most important. Any small recognition, cash award, all this is temporary. The satisfaction lasts just for 24 to 48 hours. But if you have a purpose, a belongingness, then your satisfaction is way too high. Interactions, your interactions in the office and at home. There are 1,200 moments in an hour, and there are 19,200 moments in a day. And strive to make at least some of those moments positive. And for every negative interaction, you need at least 4 times a positive interaction to nullify the effect of that negative action. Why I'm saying this is, we are all people who have learned to look at exceptions. And to make that change is very difficult. What strikes us is the black spot in the eye, because that's our profession. It's not our intention. We are all trained to look at exceptions. So today, can we tilt and start looking at positives? Post-retirement, I had to push myself to do that. To first start talking about the plus factors and then the negatives. Because left to myself, by reflex, I will only point out the errors. 42 years of experience of finding out exceptions is very difficult to change, but that one change is important. So interactions which you have during the day increases your motivation, and that really impacts your work-life integration. The third aspect is, who is your CEO? You all have a CEO. Right, but within yourself. Okay? Mind? Conscience, yes. Let me give you a diagram of who all can be your CEOs. You can visualize this. It could be finance, it could be spiritual, it could be emotional, intellectual, physical, social, or environmental. Any of these factors could bring you a lot of solace and energy. And that is your CEO. See, if during the day you are happy talking to somebody, at least your friends or your relatives, at least for 10 minutes, it gives you an energy. That is your CEO. You could have 2-3 CEOs, you can have multiple. But the fact is, try to identify of this entire set who is your CEO, and make sure you find that little bit of time for that. It could be a small meditation, it could be a prayer, it could be playing a music, listening to music. It could be something very idiotic for my stature to look and to sit down and watch Sun TV at 9:30, the serials ever since Radhika's time I used to watch. Because at that time I'm dead, I can't do anything else. Today I seriously watch Edir Neechal, but the age doesn't help me to stay awake. But still I somehow manage and stay awake to watch that. Because that is my stress buster for the day. So try to find something like that. Getting me time of 2 hours a day, 1 hour a day and all doesn't work. 10 minutes, 5 minutes in the middle. The break, you know, the Japanese technology that you can take 5 minutes break every time. Within 2 hours, it's designed in the office timetable. Something like that you need to do. You have to keep your spirits up. Poverty of spirit is the most painful in life. If you lose your spirit, then obviously work-life balance is a total imbalance. And gratitude, practice the habit of gratitude. Today we should be thankful for the power supply, for the fact that the traffic is not interrupted. We've all been able to have a good day together. Those are all aspects of gratitude. There's a gratitude journal habit. You could think of something every day. Be happy. Be thankful to the kid who allowed you to go for the meeting without falling sick. Be thankful to your mother-in-law who said she'll take care of the balance work you left. Be thankful to your husband who said he'll give you a ride today that you don't have to run and look for parking your car. Any of these things. Please have that gratitude. We take these things for granted, right? So that gratitude thinking, these are all things to, increase your motivation, and at the end of the day, you have to do everything. It's whether you do it with a smile, and how to generate that smile by yourself is something which we have to learn. Take pride in your creator's choice for where you are. Why me? Why am I struggling like this? The creator has decided you can take more, and he's preparing you for that. So be happy with the creator's choice. Look at those people who are struggling. When people say that I'm running, I say, I've got the comfort today to run. Imagine those people at my age who have to take a bus, who don't have money, who don't have finance, they have to manage the household. Am I better off than them? Yes. So be thankful to God for that. It's not a yarn, it's my personal experience, and every time what I feel, and I talk to my maids at home, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Always remember Sheryl Sandberg's question. The right question is not, whether I can do it all, but what is more important for my family and my career? That was what she said. I like to close this before opening for questions with a song, a verse from the song of Rachel Patton. Girls, you were born to run, to reach the stars and chase the sun. Girls, you are wild and free. The wind is at your back and the world is at your feet. Thank you. One or two questions if you have. If there is time, I will take it. Otherwise, I am always available. Yes, ma'am. Okay. There are two things. It's not the younger or the older generation. It depends on the nature of the person, the way they are able to schedule and prioritize their work. That's a general statement. The other thing is their level at work. My team used to tell me, ma'am, you became a partner at 35, so you went up the ladder. We are all still at the mid-level, so we are struggling to get the staff doing the work. The other thing is how far that person is able to train the next level. If there are people, when I've seen people at work experience, what I feel is some people aim at perfection and cannot finish the work in a short time. That smart working is something which they have to learn. And in the audit profession, let me tell you one thing. I used to tell my team this. If the client comes and gives you a set of schedules at 5 o'clock in the evening, he's not going to come with the schedules until next evening 5 o'clock. Why should you sit late and finish everything unless you are having a board meeting tomorrow morning? See, this is something which I used to tell people, leave it, they've given it to you today. Even today, my board secretaries for all the companies give me the papers on Friday evening because they should flush it out from their table before they take the weekend. I have to work on Saturday, Sunday and turn it out on Monday morning. It's okay because I'm not a full-time working person. But the timing, when it is important to finish what, is something which the person has to work out. And also, if there is a boss who is on your head all the time, their pressure, percolates down the line. My team used to tell me, my other colleagues used to go and sit in the field. And they said, we are on the field, we are motivating the team. So I used to ask my people, shall I come or shall I also come to motivate? They say, madam, don't come because we need to keep you up the sleeve. We'll talk to the client and make sure they correct 6 of the 10 and then you come for a discussion for the balance 4. One thing is a nagging situation in the office one cannot manage and it becomes a stress. I fully agree with the situation and especially these US clients will drive you nuts overnight to work. That is the issue because the US clients first the time schedule is different and then we work on process audits mostly, the PCOB clients. The stress level is very high. It is more because everything is real time. Before the mail reaches you, they will have a communicator message. Have you seen this? The mail would not have come. The data would not have got downloaded, but this message will come. When will you be through with this? And the other problem is, I'm sorry to say this, I hope this is not recorded and the press is not here. We have a habit of saluting the other color because we've been trained to bow down. It's important to tell the other people, please wait. They will come between Thanksgiving and Christmas and spoil your Diwali. Right? So this was not at all voiced by my office. I was the one to voice it. Bhavani, how can you go and tell this client? I can't do this 365 days. No. Those days, one person used to visit. See, the point is even PCOB clients and US clients, the other countries, if you look at the other call centers, Prague, Portugal, Mexico, they wouldn't even have covered half of it. India would be working so much to take more load and come up with more issues because we are quick in working. You see, these are all the various factors, but he has to find a balance himself. I mean, you can't reach a stage where you'll croak. We had a lady who was working, she used to work as a youngster and then she got married. I was warning her. She used to sit in office until 9 o'clock every day, post-marriage. Whereas my boss, the first year after my marriage, he used to chase me out at 5 o'clock. He said, Bhavani, the first year you develop a good rapport with your mother-in-law, Then from the next year you can work, which is an important secret he told me. Whereas this girl, one day we had a call from the mother-in-law saying she is not turning up home on time. See, வேலை வந்து குயிக்காக பண்ணலாமா, உழுது பண்ணலாம், ரெண்டும் இருக்கு. Right? You may say that if I take an overall approach, I may miss something, I may miss this point or miss that point. You won't miss something large. You're after all looking at true and fair, not true and correct. There is a materiality threshold irukilla. Why don't you apply that in your work? I mean, I may say, I may look like theory, unless I talk on a one-to-one, I won't be able to solve, but I'm giving you the various scenarios. That mid-level gets crushed because of the pressure the senior people apply. The partner doesn't apply pressure on these people. These people in the பெரியவரை போய் பார்க்கறது ஈஸி, இந்த நடுவில் இருக்கிறவா தான் பண்ணுவான், people will normally say, no, that is what is happening. Any amount of you are bringing in laws, policies, everything, and the worst thing is you won't get compensatory off also. That is the sad part.
Sir, can we have the doubts at the end, sir?
Yeah.
Please. Yes.
Yes.
At the end, sir, the doubts, please, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Today's generation have a studying, particularly in CA patterns. They study at 10 to 2, get up in the morning at 9 o'clock and don't know what to do. I think the study timings is...
It's not study timings, sir. It's day-to-day routine timings.
அதுதான் சொல்றேன் நான்.
That is where the problem is. It's also for women.
நாங்கெல்லாம் we study morning 3 மணிக்கு 4 மணிக்கு எழுந்து படிச்சுட்டு.
நீங்கெல்லாம் history, sir. நம்மெல்லாம் பேசினா அந்த நாள் history.
அதேதான்.
அம்மா நீ ஏன் 4 மணிக்கு எழுந்து இப்போ எதுக்கு இப்போ நீ காலங்காத்தால் 4 மணிக்கு எழுந்து சமைக்கிறேன்னா வெயிலுக்கு முன்னாடி முடிக்கிறேன். I need the rest of the day. What's your problem? ஏம்மா இவ்வளோ சீக்கிரம் எல்லாம் பண்ணுறேன்? 42 years I have been doing that. How will it change today? The efficiency lies if you get up early in the morning and cover your studies.
That no one is prepared to believe on that.
Sir, today nobody wants to get up early. If you tell a lady to get up early and get ready a small idli for the husband, அடுத்த நான் divorce notice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your personal experiences.
Excuse me, I have few more points.
Okay.
I have a few more points.
Sir, we humbly request you to hold those questions up later. Yeah, she can personally clarify those.
Oh, you are doing the next session also. Excellent.
Thank you for your cooperation.
We'll
Thank you.
Should I call her and introduce?
Yeah, we'll introduce her, ma'am.
Yes.
We'll introduce.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your personal experiences on work-life balance and your practical approach to setting realistic goals. Now, may I request Lakshmi Vijaykumar, ma'am, to come to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Lakshmi Vijaykumar, ma'am, a dynamic professional who has successfully transitioned from a 15-year career in journalism to becoming a leading advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion. She currently leads the events and conferences business at Avatar, where she plays a key role in creating engaging and impactful events that foster community and inclusion. As DEI consultant, she is actively involved in developing strategies that drive diversity and equity in workspaces and beyond. With a rich experience in journalism, covering politics, social justice, business and culture, and her passion for communication and impact-driven initiatives, she brings a unique perspective to the world of leadership and inclusion. Let's welcome Lakshmi Vijaykumar ma'am with a big round of applause, please. I request CA Rajan sir to present a memento to the speaker.
Unfiltered Ambition, Steady Paths and Fresh Starts. This was the title which was curated by Lakshmi. Okay, just to give you a brief of the second career for women in India and what Avatar has done. In 2016, when we started the best companies for women in India, only 30% of those companies had a second career program. Today in 2024, 84% of the 361 organizations have a second career program in their companies. And large companies have succeeded in retaining women through mentorship and sponsorship programs, and they have made sure that they run alumni return programs. With 25 years of market presence, Avatar has managed a comeback for professionals since 2006, and in 2005 they launched a job portal for women, which is now My Avatar, and it has about 2 lakh registered women members. So they have successfully placed, or I should say we have successfully placed 50,000 women across diverse functions in industry. These are second career women and women who have come back after a career break. So with that experience in Avatar, I am happy to have Lakshmi from Avatar to talk to us about the second career, because she is herself a person who's resumed her career and gone to dizzy heights. Lakshmi, your definition of success and how it has evolved after a career break, and based on your career break experience, what are the insights you like to give to people?
First of all, it's truly a pleasure and a privilege and an honor to actually sit right next to Bhavani ma'am. So thank you so much, ICAI. Thank you, Vijay, for this opportunity. Thank you, Revati ma'am, for this opportunity. And truly speaking, it is my, I think, close encounter with so many intellectual people. எனக்கும் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸுக்கும் டேக்ஸுக்கும் ரொம்ப தூரம். அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் படிச்சிருக்கேன், காமர்ஸ் பண்ணேன், பட் தென் லேட்டர் ஐ மூவ் டு லிட்ரேச்சர் அண்ட் ஸ்டஃப். ஸோ இட்ஸ் மை ஐ திங்க் லார்ஜ் என்கவுண்டர் sitting in front of all these intellectual people. Thank you. On that note, Bhavani ma'am, to answer your question. See, if you ask me, I took an 8-year career break, my dear friends here. I was working as a journalist. I worked with media houses like Business Line, Business Standard, and before that I'm a Delhi-born girl. I born and brought up in Delhi. I worked with Times of India and various other houses. Then the 3 M's that we talk about at Avatar, marriage, maternity and motherhood. And also mobility, I had to move from Delhi to Chennai. So all the 4 M's and the 3 M's happened together for me. I took an 8-year break. I was, I think, the assistant editor or something like that, ma'am, when I was in Business Line before I quit. It was not part of my grand plan. I had to take a break because I didn't know the word second career existed. While my mother-in-law, who retired as the Director General at the Indian Meteorology Department, she was there. She wanted me to pursue my career because she was a career primary, more like Bhavani ma'am. I draw a lot of parallels between her and her. So she wanted me to pursue career, but for some reason I couldn't. Not in that sense, ma'am. So it was not part of my grand plan. I just had to kind of take that break. But to the second career women, if I have to talk about it, so if counting managing a home, managing toddler tantrums, and also managing the financials, the fluctuating incomes that we have at our household incomes, all of these things, if you are to take into account as high leadership stakes, then yes, I was never on a break. These were all leadership skills that I picked up. But what happened during my break, what happened during the break when I was not working as such, was the ability to reinvent myself, for the ability for me to step back and look at what I was doing, what I had done earlier, and what I could do more. What are the things that I can achieve more? So these kind of skills that I had time to reflect upon, I would consider that break was not a gap, but it was actually a growth phase. If you're able to negotiate with your toddler to have the greens, if you're able to negotiate with your mother-in-law in all the true senses, and if you're able to navigate through school admissions and, navigate through the entire day. So I think these are skills that you adapt. I'm sure, many of these skills we don't learn from our mothers. We learn these skills on the go, when you're on the job. Negotiating with the toddler, negotiating with your own husband when you want that me time and not include the entire family. So if you've mastered all of these things, you are excellent at stakeholder management, persuasion, and financial planning. So I think these things. Ma'am, I think I'm going to ask you a question now, ma'am. Please. So looking back, you've had like a steady career. So looking back, what programs or trainings do you wish were available during your times? And if you can also highlight on some of the second career programs that Avatar has and the initiatives that Avatar has.
Many a time I've thought, whenever I conduct a program which Avatar has curated, I always close by saying, I wish I had this when I was in my career or before I started my career, because many things we didn't know. I lost 10 years thinking somebody would promote my brand. And I learned after 10 years that per chance, I was asked to speak on risk-based audits because Shivakumar sir asked me, this is a new standard, Bhavani, do you know anybody who can speak on this in your office? I said, sir, I'm doing this training for the last 10 years. I didn't know, Bhavani, you're doing this in Deloitte. Why don't you come and speak? It happened to be the first session in a seminar where Manoharan sir was there, Bhupati sir, all the stalwarts were there. And that's when my service to the SIRC as a technical person started. So, looking back, I lost 10 years. I could have contributed much more. Because I thought somebody would say that Bhavani would conduct this. Some of my senior colleagues who were there. The one thing you need to learn is nobody will promote you. You will have to promote your self-brand. And grooming oneself and self-branding is something which Avatar trains women for in a grand scale. Executive presence, grooming. The one thing when you look at MBA graduates and when you look at a chartered accountant, whether it's men or women, it's agnostic as far as that is concerned. You find that they have something where they are able to articulate more, whereas our technical skills are much more. And that's where the grooming and the articulation comes in. And what Avatar does is a great job in that front. And then there is an intentional career pathing training which they give, wherein, they talk about work-life integration, about negotiation skills, what Lakshmi was talking about, problem solving, time management, and all these are modules to learn. And it's a great revelation. At the end of conducting many of these modules, the participants come back and tell me, ma'am, I thought I was planning to quit my career, but after listening to you, I decided I will continue. So that's the change which Avatar brings in with the curation of the various programs which it curates. And there is a segue program wherein, people from career break, when they come back, they attend the segue program and then they are ready to face a new line and even pivot themselves for different aspects. Lakshmi, after a career break, you've come to, from journalism, you came to DI consulting. Did you anticipate this career pivot? And what were the challenges?
Well, if you ask me again, Bhavani ma'am, just to quickly kind of first let you know on segue sessions, Bhavani ma'am just spoke about. So at Avatar, I lead the events and conferences business, and ma'am spoke about pivoting my careers. So when I quit my career, I didn't have any plan in place. I had no clue what I'm going to do about. I was, like I said, managing my toddler to ensure both of them. In fact, I had 2 kids, one after the other. So ensure they have good nutrition, do all of those stuff. One thing which I did not give up during my break was to drive, so that, I was independent, ma'am. So that was something that I continued. But Avatar was not in my radar. It was luck by chance. I think one of the things that when I came to Avatar and, one of the things that really hit me positively was when I met actually Dr. Soundarya Rajesh herself. So the first thing that she asked me was, she didn't ask me why was the break. She didn't ask me where was I during the break. What did I do during the break? The first question that she asked me was, what is it that you can bring to the table? So the skills that she said, okay, these are the skills. What have you been doing before the break? And then even before I could list the skills that I thought I possess, it was she who kind of, quickly started charting out the ones that I just spoke about, financial planning and all of that. So all of those skills were listed down by her, and then that's when it also occurred to me saying, okay, these are my marketable skills. These are things that I can use, and then I can pivot my career. Bhavani ma'am also spoke about Segway Sessions. Segway Sessions is our annual conference, which is exclusively for women professionals. We had it last year in Chennai. We are hosting it in Bombay this month, in the month of on the date of 20th. So Segway Sessions is about, we talk about career transition. Segway means transition. So pivoting, transitions. So we talk about these holistic transitions, we all go through these holistic transitions, from like Bhavani ma'am spoke about how a mother-in-law had called up the office of one of her colleagues saying that she's not coming to home on time. So there are so many transitions, you transition from being a wife to a daughter-in-law to a mother, and then so on. So all of these things affect our career path, unlike the men. Sorry, the men folk, it's not intended, but that's how it is, right? All of these things affect. Today you're a mother, it affects somewhere or the other. Like, you're thankful for the child who did not fall sick when you have an important meeting. So all these transitions, how can a woman actually navigate through these transitions to make that purposeful, ensure that you have an intentional career and have an impactful career towards? And career to me, if you ask, I realized, ma'am, it's not about, posting it on LinkedIn saying I am the assistant vice president today or I am the director today. And it's not about climbing up the ladder, like you just go. It's like that blind race, you just tuck, you keep climbing. It's about widening that corridor. It's about widening it so that more and more people join you in that. It's like one progress, one journey that we're all talking, and we're talking about Viksit Bharat today. So you widen the corridor, you have more and more people join you, you create that impact. And how do you create that impact? You have a purposeful career. You look at what your calling is, you look at what you want to do eventually, right? So that's what I feel DEI, the diversity, equity and inclusion. I didn't know what DEI was. I'm being very candid out here, people, because when I joined Avatar today, ma'am, that's too modest. In fact, today is my work anniversary, 7th work anniversary at Avatar. And when I met Dr. Soundarya and also my immediate mentor Karthik, I met them sometime during the month of Jan and Feb, the conversations, how it goes, right, the interviews and so on and so forth. And then finally when Karthik said, okay, you come on board, I insisted on 8th March. I said, Karthik, can I join you on 8th March? I was like, why not earlier? No, I wanted on 8th March. So today, in fact, I was telling my people at Avatar, so you all are not celebrating International Women's Day, you all are celebrating my entry to Avatar. So you mark your entry wherever you go. So that's what it is, Bhavani ma'am.
Yeah.
I think it's my turn. Bhavani ma'am, I have to ask you this question.
Every time I have to worry what she's going to ask me, because the kind of topic she gives me for panel discussion makes me prepare for days. I'm scared of Lakshmi, what she's going to give me in each event and conference, makes me learn so much. Yes, Lakshmi.
Thank you, Bhavani ma'am. So, I think now we've come a very, very long way. I'm sure there are many, many women who are on their breaks right now. But there was a time when the career gaps were seen as liabilities. In fact, Dr. Soundarya's resume, which had a break, was not accepted by one of the leading banks when her resume was rejected. And that's when she formed Avatar, right? So, but we've come a long way thanks to the work that she has done in this space. But coming from that space where it was seen as liabilities, but today it is changing. So how do you think Avatar is first, of course, facilitating the career comebacks and the general corporates also, ma'am, that you've been working with so many corporates now?
Okay. But before I talk about what Avatar does, the choices today for us are plenty. Earlier, you had practice or joining industry. Today, as chartered accountants, there are new frontiers. You could further yourselves in academics, do research, join as a resource person in any of the technical institutes, come out with publications, and then you could join the profession with specialized lines of business, not the traditional ones. You could equip yourself with many of the post-graduation diploma degrees which are offered by ICAI and take that up as a special profession. So there is what is called like a super speciality in RCA profession also. So that is an area of focus. Today, people take up very niche areas and AI is the latest fashion. People work on that as well. So the avenues are very, very many. Also for flexibility, part-time, full-time, remote work, gig, all these options are available for you women CAs also for men CAs, but this is something important. And what Avatar does in this, especially to tell you, Avatar works with various companies such as Eton, which has a relaunch program. Infosys has a restart with Infosys. Tata Consultancy has a rebegin program. Tata Second Career Inspiring Possibilities is another program which is curated. Wells Fargo Glide, and then Goldman Sachs Returnship Program, and then Accenture's Career Reboot Program. And Mahindra Group SOAR, the seamless opportunity for amazing returnship. So in Chennai particularly, Shell, Accenture, Tata Consultancy, Dow Chemicals, Infosys, RIRCM, Pyramid Enterprises, Citi, NTT Data and Vitrusa have second career programs, and Avatar works with them in the recruitment aspect to fill up these vacancies. What are those available with finance background? Mahindra Finance Uttan program, DBS Bank offers a second career, Glide, I said that before, Citi Reactivate Your Career, Deutsche Bank, and of course JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, ICICI, Axis and Kotak. So there are a lot of opportunities in second career, and she spoke about career breaks being a liability. Let me give you one living example. My daughter had a career break, my niece had a career break, and she applied to Fraser and Ross, and my colleague said we'll take her in Bengaluru, but she has to start afresh because 4 years she didn't work. So she started as a fresher chartered accountant and then climbed up the ladder. Today she is the next to CFO in Infosys. Okay. My daughter had two breaks because of maternity, but she's been only with Deloitte. She didn't get her promotion in Coimbatore office from assistant manager to manager because they came up suddenly with a business case saying Coimbatore office is not profitable, so we can't promote her, although she has performed well. She moved to Canada and she got a job. First round they said there are no vacancies, then they invited her saying we've got some clients with your experience and you've been a Deloittean, so come. So she went for the interview. First year she joined as an assistant manager. In 1 year she became a manager. In 1.5 years after that, the partners called her and said, you're a senior manager material, ask for it. And the criteria was 14 years she's been with Deloitte. She's had 2 breaks, but 14 years she's been with Deloitte. She ought to be in that cadre. It was a kind of a walk-through promotion for her. See, the global perspective of career breaks, it need not be the 4 M's which she said. It could be breaks for academics, break for changing career paths, break for reskilling. Any of those are accepted as breaks. But in India, still break is looked at as a sin, and that needs to change.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, to add to that, one of the things I think I learned, ma'am, I would like to share here is make use of the opportunity that comes your way. It could be anything. Like I know for a reason Viji worked extensively with Project Putri. You know, she was imparting her knowledge and skills to the young girls studying in the underprivileged schools and corporation schools. So make use of every opportunity that you have. And one of the things that we have in fact launched is called the Avatar Certified Career Counseling Program, ma'am. I think, we want to talk about it. It's called ACCC. So it's basically a combination of global practices wherein, especially for counseling in India with India-specific insights, socio-cultural milieu insights, and also, to bring those counseling sessions. So you could be trained counselor here, and then you speak to many other women and then bring those insights and bring those many women. In fact, the overarching vision that Dr. Soundarya has is to bring back 5 lakh women to the workforce by 2027. That's the vision that Dr. Soundarya has, and all of us are kind of working towards it. So on that note, so we have so many women here, Bhavani ma'am. What is that one piece of advice that you will give to those who fear taking career breaks or very unsure about re-entering the workforce?
I have 3 aspects to just remind to you all, nothing new. Career changes today are not just caused by breaks. In fact, you should be happy if you took a planned break. A career change can come in this VUCA world in no time. Suddenly, you could be pushed to some other location which is impractical. You could lose your job because there is a merger and acquisition somewhere and they are trying to harmonize the skills for no fault of yours. It can happen immediately. So a career break is there knocking at the door at every minute. So you should be thankful if you have a planned career break. So don't fear a career break. That's the first thing. Second thing, there is no skill gap today because the requirements for a job is changing like a jiffy. Today, these skills were enough for your role. Tomorrow, the skills change. So it could change at any time. And then there are no learning curves, no new learning curves. Because people who have learned in the time you took a break have to unlearn. Whereas you're going to learn afresh. So you would be probably faster in learning than those who have to unlearn. So these are the three things you need to keep in mind whenever you want to get back after a career break or whenever you want to take a career break. Right? So, thanks, Lakshmi.
We are close to the, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, out of syllabus question கேட்காதீங்க சார், ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் சார் பதில் சொல்றது. சார் இல்ல சார், சொல்லுங்க சார். படிச்சு நோட்ஸ்லாம் எழுதிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன். Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So there is no
hard and fast. It could be career breaks for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Nothing wrong. That's why there are women who return to career after 10 years. No, nothing wrong, sir.
Sir, always
nothing wrong. Everybody's knowledge and skill and willingness today is important for this economy. You know how many jobs out there? Yesterday we were at a soul free organization where Preeta Srinivasan was requesting for professionals to come and help her with those retarded people. At the chamber yesterday we had a program. So people are required. Their services are required. There's no career break. You have to identify the opportunity which satisfies your passion. That's all.
Absolutely, absolutely. I have colleagues who have come back after 15 years of break, sir. So, yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Putri, yes, certainly, yes. puthri.org is where you have to go register yourself, ma'am.
Listen, simple.
Viji will. Yes. Yes. I will share my coordinates.
We are all people who didn't know what DEI was. When I became the diversity and inclusion leader at Deloitte, the first thing my HR head said, you are in Chennai, go and meet Dr. Soundarya Rajesh. She still quotes it. I went with a 40-page notebook and wrote down what all I'm supposed to do. And she told me in 1 year you can apply for the Best Companies Award. And I take pride in saying for the 5 years when I was the diversity leader of Deloitte India, we were in the top 10 best companies.
Absolutely.
For women in India. And after that, Deloitte has not even been in the 100.
Yes. You have someone sitting amongst you whose sister is actually leading the initiative. Dr. Divya Kumar's sister Kirtana sitting here. So her sister leads the Best Companies for Women in India initiative at Avatar. Kirtana, put up your hand. That's a sister who leads the initiative at Avatar.
Avatar is open-handed to have people who want to work on ad hoc, on part-time, because there are a lot of women like this. Soundarya Rajesh herself was a sufferer of the career break. She couldn't get back to her bank job because she had taken a break for having her child. And that's what motivated her to start an organization to find employment for second career women.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful ladies
Being
on the stage.
an events person myself, I have to respect the time that we've given, sir.
Thank you for being
Ma'am and Lakshmi ma'am to actually give them both a small memento for all the effort that they have put in. Yeah, photo please. Yes. Yeah. So over to Vaishnavi.
We have few cards left here, so yes. Vishnu, if you could help me in distributing these cards to those rows. Question: which form is filed to claim foreign tax credit under section 90 for a taxpayer with income from 2 countries? We have a hint as well. The picture has the hint for the question. Okay, we need not tell the answers because we can just cross it in the bingo card. If you tell the answers, the other team might also get the right answers. Over to the next question. Maximum time limit for processing GST refund claims under Section 54 of the CGST Act. The picture contains the hint. Done, ma'am? Maximum time limit for processing GST refund claims under Section 54 of the CGST Act. Maximum duration allowed for accumulation of income under Section 11(2) by a charitable trust. The hint is half a decade. Done? Okay. Maximum percentage of anonymous donation allowed as deduction under Section 115BBC by a charitable trust if it exceeds a threshold. It is 1 lakh or dash, whichever is higher. We have a hint also here. Okay. Time limit within which the assessing officer must complete assessment proceedings for non-corporate taxpayer under Section 143(3). September. Yes. Okay. Ippava? Okay. 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 Yeah. Meanwhile, we are felicitating. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, just one small info. All of you kit bags has this exclusive invitation from Zoho for a day to be spent at the Zoho facility. They will come and pick you all up on the designated day. You can go to Zoho, see their facility, and they will give you access, training, everything is free, whatever Zoho is initiating. Please make use of it. We are just going to honor them on the site. Please continue with your game.
Penalty under Section 271 AAB if undisclosed income is found during a search and the taxpayer does admit the undisclosed income and furnishes the return of income declaring such undisclosed income. Yes, ma'am? It's slightly tricky. And the taxpayer does admits the undisclosed income and furnishes the return of income declaring such undisclosed income. Anyone got the first row right by any chance? First row right? First row right? First row is complete, yes. Yes? No, only the first row, like not vertical. Okay, great. Who must compulsorily register under GST even if their turnover is below the threshold as per Section 25(4)? The slide contains the hint as well. Next question. Yes, sir. Which item is not eligible for ITC under Section 17(5)? The picture contains the hint. Second row complete. Great. We'll take out your bingo cards at the last, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, sure.
Ladies, just one more small interruption. Zoho has a QR scanner on their desk. Please go and scan it. Scan and register for this event at Zoho. A picnic at Zoho is the title of that day. Okay? Yeah.
What section deals with reverse charge mechanism RCM under GST? Contains the hint. the highlighted part. Can we move to the next question, next slide? Yes. In the middle row, can we move to the next slide, ma'am? What technology is used to ensure real-time GST invoice reconciliation from paper to digital format? Yes. Column illa, only rows. Full rows has to be. Can we move to the next slide? Which portal allows taxpayers to track their e-way bills in real time? Can we move to the next slide? Yes. Can we move to the next slide? No, columns, only the rows. Yes. What blockchain-based technology is being explored to enhance tax compliance? The slide contains a hint as well. There may be certain answers that are wrong in certain bingo cards, so that's how it works. So this has the correct answer, the hint to the correct answer. Done, ma'am? Great. What tool is used by the income tax department to scrutinize potential tax evaders? Done? Done. All over? No. Third row, okay. Super. Third row over, okay. Which blockchain technology is being explored by the income tax department to track e-commerce transaction? The slide contains a hint. This may be the logo as well, so. What AI-based tool that helps in GST compliances? Yes, ma'am. I think that marks the end. Anyone with full house? There should be some card with full house. Oh, I gave the hint, ma'am. Maybe the bingo cards might have the winner is this first row who got this team who got the first row right.